And hello, hey, y'all just found the search that I did for a baby image, cartoon baby image for the thumbnail for this YouTube video. What's going on, guys? It is me, as always, Emperor AP. It is a wonderful day in Eternia. As you can see, our beautiful flag behind me. We are hanging out, we are enjoying our day, and we are trying to figure out a few things about the future of Eternia. So, a lot of today's talk is going to be about micronationalism in general, and a lot of theory talk, and a lot of me breaking down ideas and trying to come to an understanding within myself of micronationalism, kind of summarizing the things that I've learned throughout the years about what micronations are, how they work, and kind of compressing that down into a concept, something that can be molded and worked with, and that will allow you to see better how I envision the future of Eternia and how I hope to work within the micronational sphere. So, firstly, I think it's important to talk about that micronations, as we are things that are very much just collections of people. Now, that's all nations to some degree, but going more simply, micronationalism is about an individual mindset. It is a lot more about trying to design something, trying to implement something, than it is about, say, in macronationalism, in normal world government and politics. It is standard to be just modifying and updating existing legislature and ideas. In micronationalism, there really is a certain degree of needing to pave the way for certain things, of needing to figure things out your own way and develop unique strategies that will work for you for the size and capabilities of your nation. Um, Throughout micronationalism, there have been a lot of inventive ideas floated, and there have been a lot of ways for people to develop different steps and different um, means of growth. But I think a lot of this channel has been dedicated to trying to understand that from an economic standpoint and trying to make sense of exactly how we take this thing that is a concept that is very cultural to us, that is very ideological, and shape that into something that can be practically used by other people and developed in a sustainable way so that it can grow and so that it can function very easily. So that's primarily what we're talking about today, and that is the excitement of this video. Real quick, I do want to get into some of our commenters though before I jump back into the topic. We have a lot of people who have hit up. First off, I want to congratulate Empire of Whitewind. They said they were first on the stream. They sure are. Good to see you, Whitewind. As always, good to see you, Edwin. Edwin Portillo. Memer Man jumped in. Good to see you, Memer. Leona Taylor, as always, our number one aristocrat, our first aristocrat, said greetings. Greetings, Leona. It's good to see you. Edwin said second. Imthings said 6'9". Memer said message retracted. White one says it just seems a cursed image. I'm scared for my life. Oh goodness. Greetings. Everybody said hello. How are you today? Whiteman said Scotland forever. Is there something happening in Scotland right now? What's going on? New Canada says King Andrew. Good to see you, King Andrew. Nathan says Yo AP. You know what I'm gonna ask for the voice chat. Nathan's gonna want the voice chat. I, hmm. I feel interested in the voice chat. I want to set up specifically designed streams for the voice chat because I feel like the voice chat enables like a certain community sense of things, but doesn't always let me feel like I'm linearly progressing through the thing that I want to talk about. So I'm always like hesitant on the voice chat, but we'll see. We will see. I would say let's design a stream based around a voice chat. If we can like think of a concept, I think even just like the government meetings and stuff like that, having those are a big thing for us. But as well, if there's another type of discussion that we can designate as a voice chat stream, then we can do that. But I feel like
streams or voice chat streams.
that's true. Tiffany brought up a great point. Tiffany as well is on stream right now. She said the Minecraft streams are voice chat streams, and that's very true. A lot of the time when we do Minecraft, we'll hang out and we will show off the community and talk to people in you. Tiffany's laughing at me. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to move through some more of the comments and then we will get into the video. There are a lot of people out representing today. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out and being a part of micronationalism today. Leanna said, greetings, Frog. Memer said, hello. Leanna said, greetings, Novatrix. Greetings, Andrew. Nathan said, Discord voice chat. Also, me and Gray had a professional meeting yesterday. Gray recorded it to you. Did he email it to you? I need to double check my email to make sure of that. I did get access to the notes for it, but I need to search for the voice recording to make sure that I have that. If not, I will reach out and see if I can't get that from him. Leanna said, greetings, Nathan. Canada said, good morning, Leanna. How are you? What's up?
To say, Liana's saying greetings to everyone, so greetings to Liana.
Hey, absolutely. Tiffany wishing a greetings to Leanna. Leanna, I'm sure will be happy about that. Good to see you all. White Wind says, Meme Man says, monarchies are the best. I appreciate it. White Wind says, I'm just surprised my best friend buying by me doing a 3-minute plank. Oh, you surprised your best friend. Oh, nice. Edwin says, I love noodles. Interesting take there. Everybody's saying greetings. Everybody's jumping in. I assume all of this is from before I started the stream because it says waiting for AP like usual from Leanna. So I think this was right before the actual jump in. Nathan said, Nathan welcoming people to Aeternia. That's good. The Republic of Aeternia is now the Kingdom of Aeternia, says Novatrix. That's interesting. Vernonium says, hello. It's good to see you, Vernonium. Jaya says, I'm making a game where you fight among us. Interesting. I hope that works well. Frog says, among us. Eskimo says, AP, I love the ring you sent. It's quality. Hey, thank you so much, Eskimo. I'm glad to hear that. And as well, I am so proud to see that you are supporting the Empire of Aeternia in our land purchase and helping us to move forward. That the entire treasury of Aeternia right now has been made increased by your donation, by your support of us. And so that means a lot. And I'm so glad to see you representing and really adapting this side of the micronational community into your own feelings about it. What's up? You getting a Dr. Pepper? Oh, no, thank you. Yes, please. Water. I would love a water. Yes, please. Thank you, Hugh. We're gonna eat watermelon. I'm so excited.
We have a cold beer.
It makes sense. Yeah. Thank you. We had a cool birthday party yesterday. I had my birthday, and we all celebrated. It was really cool. I appreciated it. It meant a lot. As well, let me actually move our window capture down real quick. I feel like it can't be fully seen. So I want to see if we can get that fixed. Ooh, that might not be the right one. Ooh, okay. Where's the other one? Goodness. There we go. Boop. Excuse me, guys. And boop. Hey, there we go. All right, perfect. We have everything set up now. But yes, I have been wanting to talk for a moment about the frame in which we live in micronationalism, the viewpoint of myself, and the direction that Aeternia is moving in, kind of the philosophy behind that. So micronations are these really small things, right? Not a lot of people, not a lot of resources to deal with, and they're very, very self-interested. They are community-minded. They want other interaction. They are enthusiastic about developing ties to other micronations, but I think it's based around showing their growth and their success and their stability, which is needed for their survival. but it ultimately becomes a game of trying to become stable enough to pass down what you've built to another group, another continuation of the leadership of whatever it is that your micronation is. And so, for a lot of groups, that's simply like a club, and that can be one of the biggest deaths of clubs is when a leader dies, when or just is no longer in office. That can be a really troubling thing because you don't know who's going to take up the reins. You may not necessarily have that in mind or in place. But that's certainly something to think about when developing your micronation and when starting to work things out is exactly what it is that's going to be done with your micronation, assuming that for whatever reason you can't continue it. Do you want it continued? Continuing with that and that idea of survival for micronations, there's the important topic of trying to get enough resources. Like we said earlier, these resources being very, very slim. Trying to get enough resources to make participation in your nation a an investment, something that will give positive returns to people. And that in and of itself is a very, very hard thing to do, separate from micronationalism, separate from anything else. Making something that is stable enough to support other people is a very hard task to undertake. So applying micronationalism, applying all the flair that gives it, there is certainly a lot of passion, there's a lot of creativity, there's a lot of design elements to that, but at the end of the day, it becomes about a group of people trying to make something which can sustain themselves and pass on to another generation. So it's this thing that is a hard topic in our society because our society isn't, for the most part, worldwide, isn't fully set on understandings of, well, does someone have the right to create their own nation? Does someone have the right to lead their society and change the way that they live? So that's a hard topic to get into in and of itself, and talking about the nature of a micronation, taking it outside of this look of well, it is just this organization by a group of people for a limited time and then it'll disappear. Really trying to take it to its logical extreme and say, well, how could you make it something that's viable, something that's reproducible, something that is sustainable for those future generations, and something that will continue to grow is a whole mess for this channel to dissect. And I feel like in talking about micronations, the reason I call this stream Tribes in Infancy is because of the idea of taking a look at the individual interactions between people in a small group, like a club, like a small business, and applying those to this endeavor. A lot of that power of a micronation, a lot of that influence of a micronation comes out of the success between these small-scale interactions, between the people who are trying to start it up, between how much people can commit to time, between how efficient your systems are in navigating difficult terrain, and in actively being able to improve themselves and to become more and more stable, are all things that are hard to tackle, but are a necessary part of understanding exactly what we are when we say we are micronationalists. There's different varying flavors of micronationalists. Seriousness, choice of government, ideological beliefs versus, trying to do something for a religious belief maybe. There are many, many reasons why people would start a nation, but ultimately it seems no matter how a nation starts, there are some things that are completely inevitable in its life cycle that it will need to either continue or will be the things that cause its downfall. And that's the topic that we're unpacking today, is exactly what are those things? How can these seeds, these ideas, these concept nations actually grow into full sprouting blooming micronational organizations, micronational entities, and really that being the individual nation of itself. There will be talk of alliances. There will be talk of larger groups, but trying to focus down from the first person who has the idea to the first few people and on up has been what we've been trying to model through my direct experience, and so this is the culmination so far of some of the things that I've gathered, and I hope to continue to better document that as this channel goes on. Um, ooh, sorry, hold up. First, I hope everybody is doing well. There are a few different things that uh, that people are jumping in on. First off, Vernonium says, I'm considering purchasing 2 indoor flagpoles. Very cool. Leanna said, be ready, AP. I may be ordering more notes soon. We will be ready for you, Leanna. Leanna's trying to cement her place at the top of the aristocrat board. As well, Eskimo says, hello, Tiffany. How are you? Frog says, I couldn't hear the start of the stream. What were we talking about? I appreciate it, Frog. We are talking about what micronations are.
Hello, Eskimo.
Hey. Tiff said, hello, Eskimo. White Wind said, I want to wait for 7 minutes and you're streaming now? We sure are. Eskimo says, watermelon. Eskimo says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. I actually had my birthday yesterday and there was a whole bunch of fun stuff that we did. I want to do like a separate thing to kind of share some of that with you guys. But if you follow our Instagram and Twitter, you will have gotten a sneak peek. We had crawfish and I showed off some of the crawfish on there. So that's something to check out. If you don't follow our social media, you definitely should. Master Deontay said, hello. Hello, Master Deontay. Are you new to the stream? It's good to see you. We're a micronation, if you don't know what that is. We're trying to develop this country that we've created into something that's sustainable and that is efficient at producing for its citizens. Leona says, greetings, Deontay. Eskimo says, ooh, that's an emoji that I can't tell what it is. Oh, it's a monkey with a hammer. That's cool. Leona said, congratulations, White Wind. White Wind says, thank you, Leona. Edwin says, has AP made a video on imports and exports? We haven't, but that's actually something that we are going to be developing in a future video. So thank you very much, Edwin. That's a great question. We have talked some about micronational economics, though. If you haven't seen those videos, I definitely recommend you check them out. Leanna says, my modest goal is 100 notes. That's respectable. And that's something that we want to have achievable, but that we also want to have specific ability to it. That's something that we'll talk about in a future stream. But to continue on the topic that we're on now, the reason that this is so effective and so impactful for our micronation is because there are ups and downs that are really, really easy to destroy a micronation. You know, if you learn about astrophysics, and if you learn about the way that people talk about alien life and things like that, they will talk about great filters that are theoretically described to halt life at certain stages that would make it so reasonable for us not to see alien life right now. In that theory, we can apply those great filters to micronationalism in so much as why it is that not all micronations succeed. Why is it that every single micronation that starts up isn't able to become a full-fledged independent nation if the idea of micronationalism is possible? And my theory behind that is a similar great filter, that there are these filters that are roadblocks which a micronation has to navigate very carefully if they are to survive them. There may be very, very few correct answers as to how to approach that scenario. And so that is a big part of talking about these tribes, talking about these small entities that are so in need of the proper functioning materials and proper guidance and techniques within their community, within their infrastructure, in order to survive that many of them may not. Many of them may just not fit the mold properly to become long lasting. And so I want to look at that. I want to look at that openly and honestly, not with a bias for any particular um, type of nation. And of course, there will be bias, so please let us know. But please update us and give us your opinion. But the the most important thing in that, I feel like, is those connections, those individualized connections between 2, 3, 4 people when you're first starting your micronation, because what you decide as the initial founders will really impact the rest of the micronation's growth, and also how seriously it takes itself, and how its descendants will take it. It's hard. It's a really hard thing to navigate, but I think as you learn more and more about micronationalism and what you want out of it, that decision will come to you fairly easily. Now, the first thing to knock out of the equation, and to say that we don't have to focus on this, is the entire fantasy side of micronationalism, right? And logically, that makes sense. Um, but it's something that I don't think a lot of people talk about. I think realist micronations who want to create their own country and want to be seen as independent in the same way that any other country across the world is, the issue that they have is that they aren't able to um, realize that there are plenty of the micronational community that just do not ascribe to that. And so there will be plenty of micronations who are ultimately hobby groups and are goal-oriented around specific functions, whether or not they are the most efficient or quickest to the goal of independence. And so that's one thing. Another maybe just a long, so that's one entire side of micronationalism we can cut down, is the fantasy side. Bless you, Tiff. If someone wants to start a realist micronation, if they want to start a nation that they are attempting to actually create an independent nation with, that's something that they have to decide themselves. So that's the first check mark. Do you actually want that? Nova Lytra says, as the representative of Texas in the USA, I need to know, will I have to work on imports and exports such as homemade works? Nova, I'm very curious as to what you mean. Are you talking about in respect to the Empire of Aeternia, or are you talking about in respect to your own micronation? I would say, if you're a representative in Texas, it would, regardless of where you are, I suppose, it would be good to look into imports and exports, but there is a lot of legality that comes into that. So that's a process that I think you would want to do due diligence in researching before you would get started with, especially if you're planning to start making a good bit of money. Even now, we're just starting the development of that process, and it is quite a bit to take on. But we will get into that in a whole video. I want to make a dedicated video to that topic. So Leanna says, Memorial Day weekend. So if anyone has served, is serving, or is related to anyone serving, or has lost anyone who served in the military, thank you. 100% agree. Thank you so much to anyone whose family, anybody that knows anybody who's in the armed forces, and especially to those who have been in the armed forces. Thank you so much. White One says, thank you, Leanna. Agreed. Thank you, Leanna, for providing that and for saying that to everybody out there. Leanna said, bless you to Tiffany.
Thank you.
Nova says, to Eternia, because I have paints that could fund the Empire. Ooh, I like that. Do you create the paints yourself? Please tell me. As well, If you are interested in becoming a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia, please fill out our application on our website. We can actually get you to become a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia. One of the biggest things we appreciate is the donation of content to be able to apply to that citizenship. So if you're interested in becoming a citizen, please let us know, and we will have you on board. I recommend again filling out that application on our website. You can actually go right here to our second tab, citizenship tab. Click this link, and then boop, there's the application. And right there, you fill out your email address, your name, your age, what motivates you to apply for citizenship, your level of education, all these different things, and they will help you out with that. Yeah, so once you fill out that application, we can go through, talk to you about your citizenship, um, and approve or deny it. The thing I will say is that I would highly recommend for people who have applied already, please check your email. We do send out response emails to that. So whatever email you applied to the account, I definitely recommend you reach out and check your email to see if you have anything. And if you're curious about the status of a citizenship application or any other application, please email us at eternianempire@gmail.com. White One says, my great grandfather died in World War II. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. White One says, and it's sad when you're related to the first president that quit being president before his time was up. Interesting. Before anyone asks, I'm related to Nixon. Oh goodness. That's interesting. That's an interesting thing. How closely, and do you feel like that affects your view of the world? Um, hmm. Small world, I guess, huh? As well. I think it's interesting. Um, I I've always been really proud to be a micronationalist, but I think there are certain times that make it easier and harder as you go through this process because as a realist micronation, the idea I think is in part on appearance, but in part on practicality. You know, in order for you to make your nation more successful, you have to be able to show proof and credibility of that, and you have to be able to do it in a way. Uh oh. I bumped my USB. Hold on.
The silly picture freeze on.
Mm-hmm. Give me one moment, guys. I'm resetting my webcam. Let me fix this. There we go, everybody. Okay. So what I was saying is, it's sometimes hard being a micronationalist because there are times where you have to figure out how practical it is to develop your nation the way that you want to. And that's not something that's easy, and there isn't just one right answer. But I think the right answers are limited, so you have to be really creative in how you develop your nation and what things you are willing to compromise on to make that succeed. And what goals are most important to you is ultimately what that boils down to. Edwin says, I look forward to it. Hey, I'm excited about it. White One says, I am his great-great-grandson, and I think it's how many greats I will have to look into the family tree, but do not think it affects how I see the world. Oh, interesting. Do you feel like you support your great-great-great-grandfather's legacy, or do you, how do you feel about it? Nova says, I have submitted the application. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Nova. I will review it after the stream, and we will talk about your citizenship. The biggest thing I would say, if you can make content for us, that is the best way to go about it. About creating about being approved for your citizenship, because it just covers your citizenship costs. So when you apply for citizenship, we talk about the economic importance of every citizen being economically participatory. So we don't want to have to charge people for that, and the easiest way not to charge people for that is to have donational content. We have that, or we have the Patreon, which you can support and get citizenship privileges that way.
It's like I.
Yeah. Tiffany's being silly over there. But yeah, so I think that when you apply, I'm going to email you soon, letting you know about the citizenship and just asking, would you be able to create content for us? If you said that on your application that you were, what kind of content would you be interested in creating? How often could you create it? Stuff like that. And trying to get your first video to us so we could upload it, let people know, let us see what people think, and then go ahead with approving your citizenship and starting on, trying to help you with what you need to get that done. As far as Leanna says, I'm not really into any politicians that I know of. Several of my ancestors fought in various wars. Most predominant of the wars is the Civil War. Empire White One says, which side, or do you know? Oh, that's crazy. As well, I wanted to bring up, I want to go into the Civil War talk, but I don't want to go into the Civil War talk. Oh gosh. Okay, new updates. But for right now, I want to get back on topic and just say that micronationalism is important, and the way that you go about it is up to you because it's a representative thing. It's a choice to develop. But in talking about realist versus fantasy, as far as which micronations become, full-fledged nations, the other thing that you have to look at is talking about their life expectancy. You know what I mean? How much can you dedicate to your micronation, and how long are you willing to dedicate to that? Are all questions that are important to ask. They don't necessarily determine the end of your micronation, but they determine how you plan that. Because if you are going to be dedicating all of your time and doing it until the day that you die, that's fantastic. You're gonna be trying really hard to get your dream achieved, and you very well may do that. But let's say that all of a sudden something happens to you and you just can't anymore. Something just roadblocks you. Well, you need somebody to be able to deal with that and to be able to help transition over for you and take the reins of whatever it is that's going to be when you no longer can continue to run it. But then if you say, hey, no, realistically, like, there's only a certain amount of my life that I'm going to be able to function and run this, then it's important as well to address that and to write that into the documentation that you're going to be creating, and figuring out how power can be transitioned and worked around to keep everything functioning no matter what's happening. The design that you set up your government in is really important in that, and the design that you set up your workload for everybody is going to be really important in that. Master Diante said, Emperor AP, I have an idea for a micronation I wanted to start, but not sure on how to promote it. Could I DM you on Discord? Sure you can, absolutely. Nova says, hello, Mr. Taylor. Ooh, fantastic. If you are referring to Leanna, Leanna is trans. The person that you see with the name Richard Taylor goes by Leanna. Excuse me, y'all. I am eating watermelon. I'm trying to survive and enjoy its deliciousness. It's great. In trying to develop this nation, though, and in trying to do something that is impactful for micronationalism, for understanding small group settings in general, and how to manage these things that are hyper functioning, that are functioning all the time, that are trying to grow and survive and adapt in this niche all the time. It's really quite an interesting concept, and I think a lot of it has to do with those group structures, and like we talked about a second ago, how they survive, how they navigate difficult situations. What's up, cutie?
Just listening.
And so well, first off, I'm gonna change the music right now. Shout out to Pink, by the way, for having a whole bunch of cool music to go along with our stream. But yeah, I am going to be changing up the beat real quick, so that way we can get some different music in here, and we can hang out and enjoy the rest of the stream. But thanks again to Pink. If you guys haven't checked them out, I highly recommend it. So yeah, I would be excited to DM on Discord about a new nation. Nova says, not that you have a PO box. Now that you have a PO box, may I gift you and your Empress jewels, gifts, and crowns? Absolutely. I would love that, and I would be honored. Thank you very much. The I think we would be honored to receive any gifts that you would like to send. Thank you so much, Nova. It means a lot. Also, I've been excited about that for the PO box. Like, we haven't gotten much stuff yet, but the thing that we did get was like the coolest thing we could have gotten, this huge, beautiful flag. And now that we have it, I'm excited to be showing off more and more stuff that we get on the streams from our PO box. So I can't wait to get to that. That's also going to be updated on social media. So if you follow us on Instagram, Twitter, stuff like that, you're going to get to see it first. And maybe some of it will be like exclusive, so you'll only get to see it there. But in summary of the idea of the stream, we are really trying to understand micronationalism as it pertains to realist micronations, as it pertains to their survival and their struggle towards complete independence and complete freedom, as it is. The thing that I think people get very confused on and and that isn't stated enough is we did a video a long time ago on the channel called "Why War is Stupid," especially micronational war. And for that, I really think it was a driving home for me and a continuation of the idea that, in my opinion, and I think this should speak for all micronations, micronationalism should be something that is achieved peacefully. And the creation of a nation, especially in the modern day, necessitates that. There is so much violence already in the world. There is so much harm that already happens. And we've watched things like conflicts time and time again throughout the world that have shown the brutality of war and how it is long lasting and how it is always a retaliation against the last thing that the other side did. So in lieu of that, micronationalism has to be peaceful and has to be done the right way, a way that is unobjectionable, that is perfectly reasonable, that is sound, and is built on a necessary future for that to exist. The position that micronations have is a very, very powerful one, but it is one that we have to cultivate carefully and we have to understand. As soon as you give reason to show the rest of the world that you shouldn't be there, it's easier for them to ignore what you're doing. But if every step of the way you are outshining your peers, then you are given some spotlight, and it's hard for people to bully you. It's hard for people to push you around. So I think as cohesive groups, our branding and how we look and how we design and how we behave ourselves is critical in what we do and how we do it. that is the case for survival. It is making the case to others that your micronation is important, is feasible, is worth discussing and becoming a part of. I have a lot of stuff to talk about real quick. We have quite a bit of chat that's popped in. Um, Nova says, may I get the circumferences of your heads just above the ears for proper fitting? Ooh, sure. I can hit that up. Absolutely. Um, Robert Washington Jr. said, hi. Hi, Robert. It's good to see you. Nova says, and in inches, please, so that they may fit. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Nova. I am excited to see them. I would love to post them all over our social media. I can't wait. Leanna says, 10 acres of land for sale up the road from me. It has 3 problems. One, the geographic layout is in a deep V shape, thousands of little trees, and it's next to a graveyard. Oh, goodness. The potential problems, I guess it depends on how big the land is, right? Like, if it's next to a graveyard, but it's like the land's like 30 acres or whatever, then it's like, like a corner of your land is next to a graveyard. But if it is like the entire piece of land is just the side of a graveyard, I don't think that'd be cool. There's definitely considerations there. The thousands of little trees, also I don't think a problem. You know, you can clear trees if you need to, but honestly, I think working with a lot of the trees would be an interesting thing to do to see how we could develop. The geographic layout is a deep V. That could be interesting. Like, I don't think anything is out of the question. It'd just be looking at the land, seeing if the price is right, and then seeing if the functionality of the land is enough for us to get a solid growth from, and to develop a workable strategy out of. Mm. Mm. Whitewind says, Emperor AP, when I turn 35 and if I become president, I could make a deal with you and release your micronation. Absolutely. I believe you'd be talking about, I assume you'd be talking about the President of the United States. Whitewind, if you become the President of the United States, I would be honored to meet you. And I would absolutely love to make a deal for that. Even if you don't become the President of the United States, I'd still love to meet you. I think it'd be fantastic. Our nations have been talking fantastically about growth and development of what we are and how we do that. But as well, Whitewind, why would you want to be President of the United States when you're the Emperor of Whitewind? That's cool. Or when you're the King of Whitewind. You know what I mean? I think you have your own place there. And I think if that's what you want out of this, you should go for it. But if you do want to become president, and if that's what you ultimately decide to do, I wish you luck, and I am excited to see your future career. Whitewind says, we would win because, Robert says, what if all micronations fought in a war? Whitewind says, we would win because there's a ton. Such an interesting concept, because infrastructure is the big thing that you have to think about. So that's an interesting question. But yeah, I don't know. It would be hard to figure out. I think it'd be really circumstantial as well. Nova says, I wish for that to not happen, for at least not Texas. I have family that I wish to stay safe. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that's going to happen at all. It's just not likely. Leanna says, we would lose and be put in prison. The U.S. National Guard would be called and we'd be wiped out. The survivors would be in prison for treason. Ooh, dang, Leanna, is just, ready for it. She's like, if you lose bad, no question. And I think that's true. I don't think people should entertain ideas like that. Robert says, Nova, I live in Texas, too. Robert says, watch all micronations be outlawed after that. That would be an interesting precedent as well. Yeah, it would cause problems, because then the terminology around that would become forever skewed and negative. So it'd be really hard. Shia says, the U.S. president alone can't let go of territory. Agreed, there is a process. Whitewind says, good point, but before I made Whitewind, I wanted to be president of USA. Then again, Whitewind is doing good. It all depends on it in the future. Absolutely, and that's a hard thing to decide upon. It's a process for sure, and it's something that everybody has to figure out on their own. I will say, I think the biggest thing that's gotten me over the course of the last few days in regards to this topic has been thinking about where Eternia is and how we move forward. We are a tribe who has collected ourselves. We have developed into an organized structure. We have a government. We have people in positions that know what they're doing and working toward that very frequently, and that are helping us to grow and sustain ourselves. The thing that is difficult about that is trying to figure out, okay, well, is this the most efficient method to be doing this? What are the ways that we can improve this, and how is it that we make this more and more able to output for those people that we have? Because it's a hard ratio, right? You ideally, as a micronation, think, oh, well, we should bring in as many people as we can to try to grow our nation. And while yes, absolutely, having a ton of people supporting your cause and working toward it is a good idea. There is a varying range as to dedication, as to sincerity in a micronational cause and in any cause. So I think trying to go with the most amount of people as possible can work, but it is takes a lot as far as resource management and money to make sure that you can just deal in bulk in trying to design and develop your plans, but as well, and to hold on to resources that those people need to be able to do their jobs. But then as well, there's a lot of turnover in that. So as a micronation, thinking, okay, well, this is the amount of resources I have. This is the amount of time and energy that I have to put into this project, these individual goals for this nation. How much can other people, and how much am I willing to, how much do I have to pay to like cover the difference? That's something that's a hard decision, because the more people that you add, the more it costs to run things. And vice versa. The fewer people you have, the cheaper it is to run things, but the less money you make overall. And not just with trying to make money, trying to develop processes for people. It's also about efficiency of the state itself in designing fixes for the ailments that people have in the everyday life within their society. You know what I mean? It's the same reason that it's hard for you to get the road in front of your house paved when you wanted to. It's the same reason that it's hard to develop institutions and structures which do efficiently take care of an individual need for everybody across the nation, is because you're battling resources versus amount of people that you have. And a lot of the time, governments have a lot of people and a limited amount of resources to spread amongst all the different necessary institutions that those people require in order to survive and thrive, in order to just make things functional. So trying to make your people, your citizenry, educated and developed well enough to be able to perform well, but as well having your institutions be able to afford to be able to spend on those things and to invest in that is really hard, and to make sure that your structure is designed properly such that that money is going to be actually, that investment is actually going to be well spent and well used, and that you are going to ultimately have a larger economic output than you would have without the investment. So it's a game. It's a hard process, and it's something that takes a lot of looking over at every step of the process and trying to develop a micronation. Ooh. Robert says, I live in Houston. When climate change puts our city underwater, I'm planning on building a new Houston. Oh, that's pretty cool. Robert says, for the survivors. Oh, wow. Don't you think people will just slowly and eventually migrate away from the area? Leanna says, I took a paralegal class, remember? I'll research laws even though I didn't complete the class. Oh, I appreciate that. That's pretty cool. Leanna says, Eternia is in Georgia, if I remember. Makes sense. It is not in Georgia though. It is in Alabama. Whiteland says Whiteland has 62 to 67 acres of land. Uh, all citizens' houses have an acre or more. Oh wow, that's very cool. Robert says, Richard, I'd go even further and say the micronationalists might be viewed as extremism. Absolutely. Leona says attorneys in Alabama. Robert says after the war. Leona says probably so. Robert says, Nova says, Your Majesty, what color should the rhinestones be for the crowns? Ooh, that's interesting. Um, do you have purple? Like, I think purple would be cool. Purple or red, I feel like. I'd be hype about it. Um, I think purple would be really fitting though, because of the background, because of the thing, and plus gold and purple would look really pretty together. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. Robert says, what if there was a large lost island that was found by a micronation and had oil, gold, metal, food, just rich? I think it would probably be hard for the micronation to keep it. I imagine if it was all of a sudden just found, there would be other governmental agencies trying to claim that first. And I think it would be hard to set precedent for the claim of newly arrived lands by a micronation. You'd have to, I think that's a hard one. Also, we have 8 viewers. Thank you guys for hanging out. And also, please make sure to like the video. One thing, we are at 1,292 subs right now. We are 8 away from 1,300. 1,300, just 200 from 1,500. That's near 2,000. We're moving up, guys. We are 3/10 of the way, or even more than 3/10 of the way, but 3/10 of the way from 1,000 to 2,000, and that is incredible. Ooh, okay. So real quick, Nova says I have deep royal purple and ruby. Deep royal purple sounds perfect. Robert says the micronation gets a ton of new territory. Ooh, what's that? Yeah. I would love to. That sounds great. Yeah, we're talking about making plans to go visit people. Robert says the micronation gets tons of new territory. Yeah, absolutely. But I think it would just be difficult to, not have other nations, larger nations, claim that land and fight you in court about it afterward. Leona says, Robert, have you heard of the Guano Act? Is that the thing where it's like, if a bird poops on it, it's British or the US's, I forget which one it was, but it was like a specific thing where if there's a specific type of birds poop on it, then it's some nation, it's claimed by some nation. Robert says, yep, that's so interesting, so weird. I feel like that warps into part of that survival, though, that we were talking about, with the idea of micronations as these tribes, these small groups. Is that trying to find justification for what you're doing and trying to design a system that works for that is really hard. Do you try this really grand thing which you feel like will get you what you want all at once, even though the likelihood of it occurring is not super high, and there's a high likelihood of failing even in the event that you had the opportunity? And then secondly, it would be difficult because do you then, instead of that, take the slow and steady path of just building it up using your own resources and going the long route? There are different approaches for different people. There's going to be different ways the micronations tackle this, but that is a large question to look at. Where are your resources? What do you actually have the ability to do? And is that feasible for you? Robert says guano was bird poop that was used for purposes. I forgot. Interesting. Um, Lana said, so you can claim the island, but the U.S. can take it from you if a bird poops on it. Can a micronation fight off the U.S. military? Yeah, that is difficult. Nova says there is land of 50 acres for sale in Texas and is fertile and clear for building. Power lines are accessible and running water is available as well as freshwater wells in case of emergencies. Oh, that's all very cool. I would actually love that. I think it's pretty difficult though with the amount of with the amount of support that we have thus far. But we are making moves for those plans. As you can see on our home page of the Empire of Aeternia, we have our land purchase funding, and that is at 582.99 out of 10,000. Once we get that 10K, you already know we will be rolling in it. We will be trying to purchase land with that, trying to develop it for our micronation and get it growing. Every day is a struggle, is an attempt toward that. And I think even just the slow process of developing, say, our monetization and our watch time hours is something that helps toward that. Once we get over that goal, we have this systematically starting to fall into line for us because we will have consistent, dedicated income to it. And I think that's the biggest thing that we're trying to work up to right now. That's the next big goal for Eternia, and that's something that's hard to just do. It's easy to say, oh well, I'm just gonna, get this thing that starts making me money, but actually developing that and earning it truly is a hard thing to do and um, should be understood as that as a task worth undertaking, at least for our nation, and that's the way that we're getting into this. That's the way that we're going about improving. Um, ooh, but yes, I would love that. That sounds great. Robert says the USA owns a few unpopulated islands in the Pacific and Caribbean that aren't even military bases, just bird poop. Ooh, well, the micronation. Oh, interesting. White one says Nova, how expensive is it? Uh, that's a great question, Nova. I would want to know how expensive it is. And the same thing for you, Leanna. Robert says also gets population boost because of hundreds of thousands of natives. Makes sense. Robert says giving them a way larger military. Robert says, Richard, Leanna, how does that sound? Hmm. I still think it's tough, right? Like you have to have people there and actively able to like legally make claim to it. Because if you can't legally make claim to it, if other countries aren't backing your justifications, you just won't. Um, that seems pretty cool. Yeah, we could do something with that. Ooh. Um, see, Leanna said it could potentially work, um, but then retracted the message. Nova says $50,000, and then White One says, "Geez, that's cheap um, for 50 acres." Yeah, that's not bad. $1,000 an acre, that's not too bad. Um, there are cheaper plots of land, but yeah, right now it is a buyer's market. That's cool. Or excuse me, a seller's market. Um, so that's something to watch out for, actually. Um,
There's another person in the top two of Instagram.
ooh, very cool. Apparently, there's someone else about to try to hit us up on Instagram, and we will be with them very shortly after the stream. But yeah, guys, we are almost at 1,300. If we got the 8 subs within the next couple days, that would be incredible because it would show us on a straight track to being able to get 1,500. 1,250 for us was like a big goal, and now to this extra 1,300 feels like it's just picked up really quick. So we're 8 away. I didn't expect that quick, but we are 8 away. Once we hit that number, it's on to 1,500 from there. We're shooting for the big one. Um, Eventually, this is going to get into the 10K. When we're starting to look at 10K subs, and at that point, we are really, really doing something special, because at that point we'll have the ability to expand out and do larger things. Hopefully, be able to start to pay people to help us in certain aspects of our channel, and certain aspects of what it is that we need to do. Um, Let me hit everybody up. Robert says, good price. White One says, I'm going to have my dad save up his money so we can buy it, because we were looking for a place we can go to in the winter. Oh, that's cool. White One says, my phone's going to die. Good night, everyone. Good night, White One. Nova says, the land is flat and suitable for building and wide enough to plant food and harvest livestock. That's very cool. Master Deontay said, yeah, there's a lot of people moving to Texas because of its land appeal. That makes a lot of sense. Lana says, good night, Whitewind. Master Deontay says, Texas, I believe, doesn't even do land taxes. Oh, that's interesting. I would be really curious as to how that would work. But also, I don't know. I don't think it would be bad necessarily if it helped the proper causes, if there was some like big specified ratio that goes to something that I believed in. I wouldn't mind paying the extra land taxes. I think, going into a purchase like that is more about sustainability, about, can you afford that? Can you, if you look into land taxes, can you afford to be able to pay that? And so, yeah, sure, looking at they don't have land tax is helpful for planning that, but at the same time, if the land tax is like the thing that would make or break your decision, you probably just aren't financially stable enough to get the land. And so that's been a big thing that we've been looking at is, how do we actually prep Aeternia for purchasing this land and making sure that we know we have the budget to move forward day to day and find ways to increase ourselves and grow what we're doing. We don't want to hit a point where we come in and we're able to survive for a little bit, but then something big happens and we're in a deadlock and we're losing money, or we're losing the ability to stay on that land. So it's a big jump. It is a step to firmly planting yourself in the ground, but you have to make sure you're planting yourself in the right place and the right circumstances to thrive. Torrance jumped in. Torrance Kingman says, the Aeternian note still in circulation? Does it have any backing? Your thought on a food-backed currency? Thank you, Torrance. So I have a number of updates for that. As far as if it is still in circulation. So the Aeternian note is available for purchase on our Etsy. It is $5 for 5 notes, and you can purchase those to support us. We, in fact, have the Aristocrat board, which Leanna Taylor currently is our first Aristocrat, sitting at number 1 at 65 notes. So yes, our economy is thriving, and it is through the purchase of those notes to support the Empire of Aeternia. So we say that it is backed to the U.S. note. That's the U.S. dollar. That is what we ultimately would like. Because we say that it is backed with the U.S. dollar because right now you purchase that note, and we take that money, and that is set aside as the part of our treasury that is connected to the value of that. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio in how much it costs to purchase imperial notes for getting those, and minus the shipping and taxes. But that's how that works for us. As far as a food-backed currency, I think that's something that's hard to manage simply because your backing for your currency has a literal expiration date. So that's something hard to manage, and especially because food can be a volatile resource in times like drought, it can be difficult to stake it on any one particular food, especially because food items fluctuate in price depending on different policy or different availabilities, or even just specific companies restricting supply. That's all things that are possible, and I think it'd be dangerous to try and back your currency on food. Leanna says, not if you file for a Lloydial title. I'm curious as to what that means. Also, Nova says, adding to Torrance's question, can we barter or solely use notes? No. So the thing that we are trying to do right now, and that's part of the great barrier that we're trying to overcome at the moment. The thing that we are starting to run into now is that we are getting large enough that we can start to make business ties with the U.S. We can start officiating ourselves. We can start to properly take in and seek after large amounts of income so that we can invest it in things like land, so that we can invest it in our continual growth and eventually supporting people who live and work in Eternia. But that being the case, it takes a lot of building and going through the proper channels to do it in a way that is sustainable and that isn't going to cause us problems left and right. And so the best way for us to do that is to make sure that we get the proper licensing and the things that we need in order to ensure that we're creating a legitimate currency that is recognized by the United States, that is accepted in many different places, and that has the backing and credibility to do so, so that it can be entrusted by those that invest in it. So as of right now, if we were to allow the imperial note to be in circulation, as in if we were to accept the imperial note for the purchase of products from our store, then that would designate it in a category that would make us need to be in possession of a money transmitter's license, which is just someone who deals in the trade and transmission of money or any equivalent currency, even digital currencies, which is part of the reason that the laws were created and updated the way that they were for that. So we have to have this money transmitter's license and maybe more things to be able to fully have the Aeternian note, the imperial note, be legally in circulation and to allow us to be able to accept it, to be able to extend benefits to you all for those notes, and actually being able to do that well. Part of the strategy in the meantime for that, though, is to actually increase what we have available on the imperial market, because once we do have that note available for access by everybody, we want to make sure that people have the necessary requirements, and not necessary requirements, but more so the necessary goods to be able to feel comfortable using that and investing in it. If your currency can only buy one or two things, that doesn't really make it that great a currency. But if your currency can buy, many multitudes of things, and you feel like it is well worth it to invest in that currency, the currency is going to do a lot better. It's going to be a lot more stable. So that's the hope right now. That's what we're actively building to. That $10,000 mark that you see on our land purchase funding for our site, that's our treasury number right now. That $582.99. That is what our treasury is sitting at right now. So when we talk about needing to pay lawyers to be able to work on helping us develop that, when we need to help to file for the different licenses that we need, and in order to pay different fees that we have to, all of that comes out of that number right there, and so far has really been coming out of my pocket, and not that number, but the thing that is important to know is that's the scale at which we should be working. Hey, Nick Thebbit subscribed. Hey, thank you so much. Very cool. That scared me. That actually scared me, Nick. You got me. Oh gosh, golly. But thank you so much, Nick. That helps a lot. I think I said Nick, but I'm gonna call him Nick. So thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. We are probably at now 1293. Oh shoot, 7. We're 7 away. We could theoretically do it on this stream, hit 1300 subs. That would be freaky stuff. Yeah, look. Ooh, we're at 12.9. Ooh, it's showing up all over the channel. This weird baby face. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me go into our studio so I can see the full official count of our channel. 1293. Only 7 left. Hey, we could do it. We could totally do it on this stream. But the thing that I wanted to emphasize is that we're trying to do all that, these big programs, these big incentives, all of these things that everybody's excited for about the Imperial Note, about our infrastructure, about our economy. they're things that are actively in progress that we're trying our hardest to do, but they just have a lot more steps to them. It's like a Russian nesting doll. You know, you open one, and then there's another little thing inside it that you got to keep doing to finally get to the thing that you want. So as we go through this process, we are unveiling the different layers of this process and are trying to accurately describe that to you all. So that's why it's important to support us. You know, if you can watch the channel, if you can help us out with our watch time, you can help us to get to monetization. Right now, we're at 2,550 something watch time hours out of 4,000 that we need for the year. So we have to have more watch time increase every day uh, for uh, for the next 365 days, or if we have a decrease, that number will go down. So every day that we go on, a day is removed from what that previous count was. So we have to do it. Hey, got two more subscribers. Hey, Fland said, Fland subscribed to us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ooh, and Tiff's phone going off. That's awesome. Hold up. So now we have. Let's see if it actually changed the number. Yeah, we might be 6 away. Hold up. Ooh, ooh. No, it didn't update yet. It didn't update yet. Almost. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No, it's still at 3. I feel like they unsubscribed and then resubscribed. That doesn't help the number, but I appreciate it. Ooh, did they? Did they though? These are the questions. All right, it's still at 1293. We gotta get a backup. We gotta get someone else jumping in to cover it. Let's go. We'll fill it up. Prakal jumped in and said hi. Greetings from Prakal. Hello, Prakal. It's good to see you, and I'm glad to have you joining us. Leanna said greetings, Prakal. Leanna always jumping in. Always enthusiastic. Fland said free Israel. Jaya said ooh. Um, Jaya said, AP, yesterday I personally started a campaign against the Federation of Butthurt Babies and Disneyland. What has my life become? I support you, Jaya, and I believe in your cause. This will be a whole thing. I'm interested to check it out. I'm interested to see what happens. Um, Robert says, Micronations throw away thousands of native troops? Interesting. What? Ooh, Leanna said, I'm back. Hey, it's good to see you, Leanna. And then said greetings per call. Robert says I've covered two micronational scenarios, a war against us, and a discovery of an island. Interesting. And Fland keeps saying Israel. I'm so confused. I'm so confused on what. Okay. Well. Getting away from the chat for a moment, we will come back to it, of course. But I just think it's important for us to really recognize where we are in our stage of growth and what we're trying to do as a micronation. This isn't something that's going to be a quick jump. This isn't something that allows us to stall too much either. So it's important to be able to move succinctly and to know what we're going to be doing and to plan that ahead of time in order to succeed. I'll show you guys right now. Yep, there's our monetization. Oh, see, it jumps around a lot. Now we're at 2514 public watch time hours. Yeah, so they will update. They update as of the last update was May 28th of 2021. So we were at 2550 something. Now we are at 2514. So our watch time hours fluctuate based on how much we had gotten for so many previous days, and then it'll do that. So we have to be actively replacing and improving that to be able to move through successfully. And that's what we're doing. And right now we're at 2514, which is pretty good. I'm pretty hyped about how far we're growing. Once we go from that 25 to that 3,000, we'll be at 3/4 of the way. And then if we can hold that, it'll just be the big push to that 4K. We'll just do some massive stuff to knock it out and get it done with. Because once we hit 4K, we're applying. If we can keep 4K, we will be good. And then we will be free to start monetizing our content. And that's something that is an incredible goal for a micronation, because that is, I think, one of those big, great hurdles, is just trying to figure out some way to make a sustainable regular income. And this may not be the easiest way to do it, but it certainly is one that would provide some benefit to us, especially in the way that we've designed our nation thus far. Leanna says 35 notes till I get to 100. Yay, Leanna! I believe in you. Leanna said, good night, Nova. Hey, is Nova headed out? Nova said, I must leave for the night. Good night to you, my Emperor, and tell the Empress good night for me. With great respect from Nova. Hey, good night, Nova. I appreciate it. I am so excited to see the wonderful gifts that you would like to deliver to us, and I can't wait to see you on the next stream. It's always a pleasure having you, and I do appreciate your time. Have a good night, Nova. Thank you for supporting us. Everybody said goodbye to Nova. WSB Studios said, interesting recently follower. Oh, interesting. Are you a new follower? Thank you so much for joining us, WSB. How are you? Please let us know what your interest is in joining the chat. We are a micronational YouTube channel, if you don't know, and we are developing a nation. This has been something that's a long time coming, which is part of the reason that we're showing you this watch time hour screen right now. It's a process that has been growing and developing and changing every day of our existence. Leanna said, greetings, WSB. Prakal says, Prime Minister of Prakal is Caleb with 12 votes. Gabriel Cohen tied at 5 votes, 22.7%. WSB said, also, how much money have you guys made with Aeternia so far? Just curious, sorry if it's kind of rude. No, that's all right. I can show you right now. So the official mark right now for both for total for our Patreon and for our Etsy is $582.99. You can find that on the homepage of our website, eternianempire.wixsite.com/Imperial Market under land purchase funding. It is right there. That is the total amount of our treasury currently. So yeah. There we go. Jaya says, yes, I have Emperor AP support in the war. Now to get my support from Joe Biden. I believe in you, Jaya. Robert says, war is nasty. TRC says, crap, I'm late again. I like war. It's good to see you, TRC. And I'm sorry to hear that you like war. No one should like war. It's devastating. But it's good to see you, and I'm glad you're here. Robert says, one of my friends is a micronation. Oh, that's cool. Tell me about it, Robert. TRC says, greetings. WSB Studio says $582.99. Wow. Yes. And it feels like a lot, but at the same time, we can't touch it. It's such a small amount that anything that we're trying to do is either big enough to where it's hard for us to make that worthwhile, or it's so small that it's big enough that it's hard for us to build up enough wealth to be able to invest in it. It's just more than we have in our budget, or it's so small that it's fairly easy to do, but also gives us limited gains. So we're in a weird position where we're not quite scraping for pennies, but we're also not able to invest in things that will really, really have big returns. So we're trying to manage that right now. And it's great. It's great to be moving forward. We are an incredibly fortunate micronation, but now capitalizing on what we've been given and actually being able to effectively produce for the people who have supported us is the challenge. The ball is in our court, and we have to make sure that we do right by that. Robert says, and he says fought in the Restoration. TRC says, the only reason I like war is because of my ideology. Oh, what's your ideology, TRC? Torrance says, war against war. Oh, goodness, Torrance. Also, Torrance, did you subscribe to us? I appreciate that. If that was you, that means a lot. If not, if you do subscribe, you'll probably see your name tick up on the doodle thing that we have here with the little duck guy. Leanna said, bless you, Tiffany. WSB says, I'm a citizen of Galpa, and I know that Galpa has only 11612. Yes, absolutely. And that's hard for micronation. Um, and it really depends on where their funding sources are. If the person who runs the micronation is a millionaire, the micronation may have millions of dollars in the bank. But a lot of micronationalists don't have the ability to, don't have a lot of disposable income, and so they're working with just what they can scrape together from what they earn in their work in micronationalism to be able to develop their nation. And that is exactly what that number is. That number is not with any personal investment for me other than the equipment that we've been using and the necessities for travel and things like that. um, that number is the number that we have gained specifically from support from people on Patreon and from people on our Etsy. So thank you all for your support in that and for helping to make Eternia exactly what it has become. Um, ooh, um, um, TRC says, has your empire thought of expanding? Oh, we have 10 viewers right now. What's going on, guys? Hey, I appreciate y'all jumping in. First off, I would like to say we are 7 away from 1,300 subs. So if you're interested in subbing to us, it would mean a lot. It'd help us grow right now, and that would affect our growth in the future. So if you're interested, please do. As well, right now, one of the biggest things we're trying to do is get that watch time up, so y'all watching helps out a bunch. But have we thought of expanding? Yes, we've thought of expanding. Of course, we've thought of expanding. That's what that. Ooh, Kingdom of Percall subscribed. Hey, we appreciate you, Percall. Yeah, and your name shows up, which is my favorite thing about it. Is that when you hang out and watch on the channel, you can just see your name jump up and show support. Let's see what the subs at now. It's at 1292. Oh no, we went down. We went down. What happened? It's a constant struggle. It's a battle for survival for our micronation. This is interesting. Um, the 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 development though of this fund and what has been happening in our micronation has all been thanks to you guys. So yes, of course we want to expand, but it's hard to do so until you can get the proper equipment, the proper funding necessary to be able to do all the things you need to support people on land. It's not just about having the land, it's about having the land, it's about being able to pay the bills for the land, it's about knowing what you're going to put on the land to be able to make money on the land. It's about making sure that you make enough money on the land with the design and equipment that you have on the land and all the bills you're paying for the land to be able to pay for people to live on the land, to be able to make it easier for you to produce more, and that all has to be worth it. So that's a long, long process of planning and building and developing and making everything that you need in order for this chance to pay off, because it's a huge benefit to a micronation to be able to expand and to have people and industries working for it. But each of those is a monumental step, and so it takes a lot of effort just to be able to get those wheels to start turning. And if your nation doesn't have the resources, it shouldn't be trying to go for the biggest wheel of them all. It should be starting smaller and building up and working up to the largest efforts it can. Um, ooh, TRC said imperialism. Ooh, WSB said you guys could get flags or buy domain to redirect the Wix site. Yeah, we certainly could. Also, we do have a big flag. We were actually sent a flag right here by the great Master Stephen Vince of the House of Treasure, one of our citizens and a fantastic supporter and member of our government. And yes, absolutely, we are looking to get a domain. But again, it's just one of those things about figuring out like what we invest in and what we don't, because everything like takes out money, primarily from me, like directly, just as a person. So it's hard to figure out what to invest in and how to. Torrent says, I've actually been subscribed for a couple months after rediscovering your page. I'm very impressed and inspired by Imperapi. Oh, thank you very much, Torrance. I appreciate it. If you would like to help the Empire of Aeternia and become a citizen, I think you are the type of person who would do fantastically at it. Now, I understand, I think you described some interest in creating a micronation of your own. And if that is the case, I understand and respect that. But I would say that micronationalists, and especially people who are really driven and passionate about it, are so hard to come by. So if you are interested in helping to develop the Empire of Eternia and would like to invest in a citizenship for some time, please let us know. We would love to have you, and we'd love to have you fill out a citizenship application. And at very least, if you are developing your nation, hit us up with an alliance application. We'll talk about it. We'll see what we can do. Because it's important to us to have people who are working hard on our side. And I want to be just as inspired by you. I can't wait, and I know that energy is out there. Let me see. Per call. Multiple things. Kingdom of Percal says, I forgot to sub. I've been watching you. Oh, thank you so much. As well, subbing helps, especially if you hit that notification bell and you go to all notifications, because that helps you to see every single video. A lot of people will be like, oh, I'm late, or like, oh, I like didn't realize there was a live stream going on, because all their notifications aren't turned on. YouTube will try and block smaller channels from getting into your feed, so if you hit them up, it helps. Robert says, basically a secession crisis turned into a bunch of countries. Ooh, what? Theory stuff. Percal says, I forgot to sub. I've been watching for a while and joining your stream. Oh, I appreciate it though. Thank you. Percal says, sorry, I only remember until now. That's all right. I appreciate it. It helps us every day. Jaya says, I think the micronation concept has evolved to the point that it means different things to different people. I completely agree with that, Jaya. But I think that it is important to really work toward your vision of it. And I think that it's perfectly fine to just define sections of it. To me, realist versus micronational is the most clear-cut example of two differences in ideology and two polar opposite differences. So I feel like that is something to stress. TRC says, my ideology is basically like, give me your land or I kill you, take it by force. That's not a solid ideology, TRC. Leanna says, you are correct, Manu. It's evolved into a form of tribalism. Ooh. And yeah, we are talking a bit about that. Jaya says, I'm not sure if you have to declare an independent state or if you can be considered a micronation by simply having a distinct cultural identity. It depends on your path and method of going about it and what your ultimate goals are. Everybody goes about the steps differently in a different order, and for different reasons. So don't stress about, which one is correct or not. Figure out what you want and then logically think through the steps to make that happen. As well, if you're interested, watch some of our old videos. We talk about economics. We talk about starting your nation. We talk about basics that you need. So if that's what you're interested in, definitely go and check out those videos. We have playlists of them actually as well. Leanna says it's usually associated with identity. Agreed. Jaya says if you have a young micronation, try to focus on specific goals to achieve if you want it to grow. Agreed. TRC says, okay, this is a dumb question, but, and then goes, Percal said, click that bell. Ooh, yeah, please do click that bell. Robert Washington said, theory stuff, that is what actually happened. Wait, what? I missed it. I thought y'all were talking about theory stuff. I'll go back in a minute and read it. I'm sorry, I'm confused. TRC says, all micronational wars are dumb because you are technically fighting inside, quote, another country. But if the situation were to ever come like that, what would you do? Micronational wars are dumb because you're, quote, fighting in another country. Also, just because you would lose. Like, it doesn't matter. You are... So long as you are a micronation, it generally means you are inside of the land or territory of another nation, a macronation. And that being the case, you are subject to their laws by force. So you shouldn't bring violence upon your neighbors, because that doesn't lead to any progress for you, and in fact will get you in trouble with the entities that govern the area that you live in. So you may disagree with the governing body that you associate with, but nevertheless you still have to be able to respect the general population around you who does support that government and who does want it to grow and to be successful, and you have to abide by its laws. That's why micronational war is dumb, is because people are just blatantly disregarding the will and interest of the other groups in society around them. And that's the same reason why certain land claims are dumb, is because people will claim different pieces of land that the general population of that area does not ascribe to being associated with. And so that's not what micronationalism is about, at least not realist micronationalism. And that's what I'm trying to express when I say things like micronational war is dumb. So I wouldn't ever do that. There would be no situation in which a micronation would attempt to declare war on us, and we would respond in any way, because if they commit any sort of violence against us, there are going to be larger legal entities at play which will come after them for violence, for aggression, for murder, if that were the case. That's serious. It's very, very serious. Even just property damage can be felony punishments. So I don't think people would be interested in attacking us like that, and um, I don't think there would be a necessity for us to ever do anything like that to anyone else, nor a reason. Like it wouldn't benefit us. It would just be a lot of problems to put on your plate for no benefit. TRC says it's more complicated than that, Emperor, but that's basically the idea of it. Like the Empire in Star Wars, just something like that, quote, imperialism. I'm confused. I still don't think there's any reason that you have to. You can disagree with the nation that you exist in, and you can want to start your own thing, and you can develop that. Just don't make it harder on the people around you who do support it to live and to do what they want. WSB Studio says, am I allowed to propose a new Aeternia website that's not made on Wix and looks better? Myself or other people on Galpa could for a very cheap price, starting from $5. You guys could also update it with a control panel. Hey, I appreciate it. That means a lot. Although I think we're fine with like the Wix site for right now. It allows us a lot of help, and actually is like pretty simplistic. Like it just works for us. At a time when we will need to update the website, we will do it in a more official capacity, and we will pay for it. So that's going to be a time down the road, though. I think we're satisfied with our site at the moment. But I do appreciate it. Wix is a good place to start off with. TRC said, I could fight my wars with Nerf guns. I get your point, though. Makes sense, and I agree. Robert says, Nerf guns for war is so silly. Bless you, Tiff. Robert says, I was thinking. TRC says, I wouldn't kill people if that's what you mean. Then it's not a war. Then it's straight up not a war. War means the murder of other people, like the assault on another nation, generally on their population, which generally is violent and deadly conflict, in order to achieve the goals of one's conflict. It is armed conflict. It is deadly warfare. That is what warfare is. It's a deadly conflict. And so, no, if you say, I won't kill people in a war, then it's not a war. You shouldn't call it a war. It's not a war. Wars are serious things. Wars are bad. Wars are dangerous, and you should never want war. If you call something a war, it means, by definition, there's death in it. That people are dying. Don't call things wars that aren't wars, and don't ever wish war upon anyone. Robert says, we are going toward a space war. Stop. It's not helpful. TRC says, like I said, we are dumb, so throwing some fun into it isn't all that bad. Wars are dumb, so throwing some fun into it isn't all bad. Throwing fun into micronationalism isn't bad. I'm just saying don't call it war. Call it something else. You can call it a Nerf fight. You could call it, you could call it jousting or whatever, modern jousting. You could call it a competition against nations or whatever, Don't call it a war. Calling it a war, I feel like, diminishes what the term war means for all the people who have actually fought and suffered through wars and whose families have suffered through wars. I just don't think you should call it a war and be happy-go-lucky about it. It's just not cool. Prakal says, when will you update the map? Very soon. Again, yesterday was literally my birthday. I haven't been doing it that hard. But I am trying to get into it. Robert says, when we colonize space, we will find lots of resources leading to wars over mining rights. Agreed, but I don't think that necessarily has to be war. I think it'll probably be a lot of trade disputes and conflicts as far as cyber warfare and things like that. The idea of targeting infrastructure, but not necessarily war. That's a different thing. Two countries don't have to be at war to be bullying each other. And so, you can still have effective targeting of another nation without actually declaring war or entering a war. Yep. Real quick, I'm gonna have a sip of water. Throat was getting a little parched. Ooh. Are y'all trying to plan something? You should try and plan something. Leanna said, "Bless you again, Tiff."
Thank you.
TRC said, "Would pouring water on an anthill on another person's land count, though? I have a history of that."
No, do it with liquid aluminum. That's not good for kids under the age
Goodness.
of like 18. But
Yeah.
liquid aluminum.
Goodness.
Because then when you pull out, it's so light that you can make like the tunnels so you can see all the crazy stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I wouldn't mess with other people's land. 11 viewers. Thank you guys so much. We're actively like 7 or 8 away from 1,300.
Google kicked my email out.
Oh no.
They deleted my email.
Oh, from my U8,
No, the Emperor's. The
Oh,
Emperor
got
AP
him.
support.
Why did it kick you?
I don't know. I went to try to log back into it. I was like, this account
doesn't exist?
Yeah, I was like, yes, it does.
Did you try weird? Okay. Multiple things. WSB says happy birthday. Percol says happy birthday. Hey, thank you so much. TRC says, okay, not war. More like fun time trying to spray as many bullets on the other person as much as possible. Agreed. TRC says, late happy birthday. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I got a lot of cool presents yesterday, actually, and I would love to show them off. TRC says, holy water. Leanna says, preach AP. Real wars are serious. Micronation conflicts are trivial nonsense. Agreed. Robert says, hey, wars will reduce in casualties big time due to 1, better medicine. Large amounts of deaths in past wars were diseases, and with better medicine, disease, deaths in wars are way down. Robert says, so that alone reduces casualties by over 100,000. 100,000 what? Also, like 100,000 casualties per what war? Also, there are plenty of things that aren't necessarily counted in like war casualties that are, or maybe overstepped or undercounted when it comes to civilian deaths. That's something that's happening a lot now, especially in areas like the Middle East and in certain parts of Africa where there are, and all over really, anytime there's a conflict, there are the numbers taken by each military as far as what their losses are. But then if it's anything regarding civilian conflict or civilian deaths, or even, attacking like insurgent groups or whatever in other places, countries trying to fight the general air of terrorism in an area, there's a ton of civilian death that just isn't accounted for. And I think it's hard to say that we're actually decreasing the amount of death that much, because we're increasing the amount of war that we have so much. So like, during violent wars that were a lot of large militaries standing shooting each other, certainly there was a good bit of death, but there is even more potential for it now because of the advanced weaponry we have and the efficiency and speed with which we can destroy a lot of areas. So I don't necessarily think that I just think we're in a low point of war right now in the world, which is good. But if we did ramp up like the fever for war in past time periods, we would be in a dangerous spot as far as the number of deaths in certain wars. TRC says, in Burma, Master Deontay said, just bought the Unity pin, the owl ring, and 5 notes. Hey, are you serious? Thank you so much. Ooh. Master Deontay, thank you so much. First off, that puts you on our aristocrat board. It also helps move up our land purchase funding. So thank you so much. As well, that'll put you at number 8. You will be our 8th aristocrat on the aristocrat board. As well, if you decide you want to become a citizen, Master Deontay, you can always hit us up on our website, apply for citizenship, and we will have you hanging out with us, talking, trying to develop some more of the Empire of Aeternia. But already you have done a lot to help move the needle for us. You've helped support our land with the Owl's Mark. You have bought into our economy and helped to become an aristocrat, leading the way forward to develop what it is we're doing. You're moving the needle on our land purchase funding and the needle on our watch time hours by supporting us on stream. You have just done a lot. And the Unity pin shows connection to all micronationalism in general. This person just made a big play. Thank you. Darren says, hi guard watching. Hello King Darren, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for supporting us, and thank you so much for adding to our watch time hours, helping us to push the needle forward toward our own monetization and toward success as Aeternians. We hope you are having a successful time as well, developing your plans and endeavors. Lana says, greetings Darren. WSB says, have you ever considered selling titles of nobility? I recommend you check out our video talking about why you shouldn't just give away titles, as far as if you are a realist nation. I would like to bring that up. There is a good bit of concern with just creating titles to sell with very limited abilities. So I would like to bring that up, and that will be something that's talked about more in other videos, but there is a video talking about why you shouldn't just give away titles and stuff. I can actually pull up the name of it, but you should check back in our videos to find it. WSB says, yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. The sales counts went up. Fantastic. I appreciate it. Jaya says, Etsy shop's going crazy. Ooh, are you serious? Darren says, any serious micronation has a wish to be recognized by landed nation states. Interesting. Leona says, Deontay just went big with this purchase. Agreed. Thank you so much, Deontay. Robert says, precision warfare drones, guided munitions, etc. will reduce civilian casualties by up to 50% or more. Master Deontay says, yay! Thank you so much, Master Deontay. Again, if you are interested in citizenship, I highly recommend that you apply for it with us. We, of course, love the financial donations, but if you are this passionate about Aeternia, we would love to see you on actually developing and making progress within our nation, potentially within our government. So please talk to us. Please let us know what your interests are. Darren says, our only paths toward that hoped for goal differ. Interesting. TRC says, I believe Daniel Maloney. He is probably the closest person other than Aeternia to being recognized by another country. Hey, that's a pretty interesting take. I'm excited about it. Robert says, drones are 10 times safer than regular bombs. Robert says, and becoming more and more used. WSB says, can you link it? Oh, absolutely. I can probably link that. TRC says, titles don't mean anything unless the person is truly devoted to his work, his or her work. And absolutely. Robert says, well, the media makes it look bad if it reduced casualties. I'm interested to know about that. WSB says, these 3 people have the Imperial notes in their cart. Oh, man. Wait, hold up. So is everybody just watching the store right now? I appreciate it. I want to see how hyped this is getting. If y'all did like massive subscribes, massive purchases on the Etsy, this would be blowing up. Also, real quick, I am going to pull up our video for everybody, the one that everybody's talking about. So we will for sure be jumping in with that. Real quick, let me try and see if I can find this video. It's far back, but it's not that far back. Where we at? Ooh. How giving away titles can destroy your micronation. 516 views. Control C. Hey, we're going in for the win. Doing it again. Okay, so real quick, I am going to drop this link in for everybody. So please excuse us as the chat pops up and as I post this in for everybody. Ooh. Ooh, WSB says I'm tempted to complete my $25 order. Hey, please do, WSB. It would mean a lot. It actually helps to move us forward quite a bit. You saw how we're at $582.99. That just pushes us the 25 over. That we need to be getting closer and closer to 1,000. Like 582, 25 is a good percentage of that. 582.99. Let me see. 82.99 divided by 582. Ooh, 25. 25 divided by 582.99. That is over 4% of our economy times 100%. So if you were to make that purchase, you would be adding an additional 4% to our current economy, our current treasury, that is. And that would be absolutely incredible, especially if that's notes. That would get you on the aristocrat board. Ooh, that means a lot. Thank you guys, by the way, even for just like considering making those purchases and wanting to support us. That's like huge. Thank you guys.
Pretty high, like getting 25 would be like fifth or sixth.
For sure. If those were all in notes as well, that would jump up quite a bit.
Right?
Yeah, it would. 25 notes would be past Raymond Bosher, which is the highest ranking aristocrat who is not a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia. So that would be a big deal. Darren says, AP works hard for Eternia, just as I work hard for High God. Absolutely. And I appreciate that, Darren. Game recognizes game, as they say. I appreciate you. TRC says, I don't get people who dislike the stream. If they don't like the stream, why watch it? I agree. I'm sure some of it's like systematic targeting, you would think, right? Like people who just are like, oh, I have another micronation that disagrees with this micronation, dislike. I think it could be strategic. But even if not, I hope those people did find some enjoyment in it. I hope it helped them a little bit. If someone is dissatisfied with the content but want to be satisfied with it, they want something better out of it, please hit us up at eternianempire@gmail.com so we can talk to you and figure out what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we can improve. Jaya says, I sent a tweet to Disneyland. Hey, hit him up. Let him know. Let him know what's going on. Darren says, AP is building an internet community. I am working on infrastructure. Both are working toward land. Absolutely. And it is a big deal to be able to try to move forward with any part of the micronational development process. And like I said, we all do it at different points for different reasons with different effects. So we're all growing toward the same goals to some degree, but they're all different. It's interesting. TRC says, I gotta go, guys and gals. See y'all around. See you, TRC. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to see you next time. Also, I hope you saw the link, WSP. I did drop the link. Jaya says, I sent a tweet to Disneyland as a part of my campaign. Robert says, the UN in Afghanistan said drones lowering civilian casualties by 45%, so 50% or more might be an overstatement, but it might be true as we refine drones. I hope so. I know that any conflict is deadly and horrible, but being able to reduce casualties is absolutely important. Lana says, good night, TRC. Master Deontay said, just applied. Hey, for citizenship. Thank you so much, Master Deontay. That means a lot. I can't wait. Darren says, hey, AP, don't kudos me, LOL. Darren says, I'm a competitor. Friendly, yes, but still a competitor. Then I absolutely should kudos you. Because for me, this is about advancing micronationalism. So sure, be a competitor. That's fantastic. If I'm an Olympian, if we're two different Olympians, I'm going to still shake your hand before the match. Because it's important. You are helping to drive forward a cause I believe in. I appreciate you. Ooh, they got you. They sure did get you. What do you think happened? Do you have a backup email that they might have sent something to?
No. It should have sent it to my usual one, but it didn't.
That's crazy. But yes, Darren, I am glad to see you out here developing, trying to make progress. As a fellow competitor, thank you for competing, and thank you for helping to make us better with your competition. I'm excited to learn from you. Robert says, so less disease and more precision lowers casualties for World War III, which I know is coming in 10 to 30 years. Oh gosh, let's hope not. Actually terrifying, especially at the scale that would be at. We should not hope for that in a trillion years. Jaya says, war with Disneyland, it never changes. Of course, Jaya, you have to understand the complexities of the Disneyland economy to understand why they fuel off war. No, that's not accurate at all. I hope you aren't at war with Disneyland. That's not okay. Um, yeah, and so they're just trying to bring cheer to the faces of many consumers across the planet. Um, Darren says, as a kingdom, noble titles are part of both government and a marketable product. I disagree. I don't think that's appropriate. Marketing titles as a way to make money doesn't actually increase the value of your nation at all. It just is accepting money for something that is an ability to represent your nation officially. So I could buy a title from you and then slander your nation and be like, I'm a recognized title holder from this nation. I am one of the highest ranking members of their community, and it's bad. You know, like you could just have people who purposely use that to target you as well. They don't have any representative ability, so it's not super incentivizing for people to buy that and just get a plaque on their wall. Sealand does that, and I feel weird about that. I don't know that I think it's a super effective way of keeping their operation afloat, but I don't think it's a super effective way of actually further legitimizing a government, which it seems like is the pitch that is their goal. Um, Jaya says, AP, don't shake the hands of your competitors. Remember COVID? Agreed. You're right, Jaya. Actually, we should be social distancing from our competitors and giving a respectful nod and wink. That's how you do it. That's how you approach with subtlety, yet invigorating ego. You got to come in with a little bit of cocky attitude. You got to come in making them smile at you, because as soon as you can get your competitor to smile at you, you've already won. You got them. That sounds fantastic. I'm full. I'm so full. Yeah, I can't. Tiffany's trying to offer me food. I'm gonna be fat. Y'all are gonna see the next live stream in just 2 days. You know, 1 or 2 days. I'm gonna be obese. It's gonna be an issue. I'm excited. She's got pita bread over there and hummus, and I'm so excited. But I also don't want to eat meat because I'm gonna be stuffed. But yes, Jaya, you're right. We shouldn't shake the hand of our competitors during COVID. Lana said, LOL. Joking Games says, I'm finally watching it live. Thank you so much, Joking, for supporting us. As well, watching it live helps us a bunch. Watching it anytime helps a bunch. But the more that you watch our streams, the more you help us to get those watch time hours up. We really need to be able to get those watch time hours up because we're striving toward land. We're striving toward trying to make our economy more and more consistent and able to afford greater and greater endeavors. So right now, as you saw, what's up, beautiful? That's true, but we did eat a good bit, huh? We've been eating watermelon. We've been snacking. Right now we are at 1292 subscribers, which is big. We're 808 from 1300 as well, which is big for the micronational community. As well, we are at 2514 public watch time hours right now, which 25 marking a big goal toward our 4,000. Once we get to 3,000, we're 3/4 of the way there, and we are less than 500 from that goal. So if you guys want to help us to make that possible, help us to reach that, please do by just watching these streams. It helps. We have 11 people right now hanging out with us. WSB said now 4 people have the notes in their cart. Yes, and that means a ton for us. I would love for people to be able to pull the trigger on that and to be able to help our economy to grow. Leanna says, greetings, Joking. WSB says, but Sealand does it. Wait, the sales count just jumped once more. Hey, fantastic. Thank you so much. WSB says, right now, and then made a shocking face. Leanna says, love to Tiffany. WSB said, now 4 people have notes in their cart. Jaya said, not another fat monarch, of course. Darren says, Sealand, yes, but nobody recognizes their titles. Yeah, but do people recognize anyone's titles that just freely sell titles? You know what I mean? Scotland sells titles. I don't think that's
You own
right.
1 square foot of land within Scotland, but it's just a tree.
Right, it's just a tree. I don't like that at all. It's very silly. It's good
It's
for
silly.
raising
It's cool.
it's good for raising money for the trees for their reforestation. That is a good and noble pursuit. They're not trying to be a micronation though. They're already a nation. They can like make fun of titles if they want to. They're already just have recognized legitimate government officials. Micronations who are trying to legitimize their government and not be seen as something to be joked too much about when they're trying to be serious. Um, you shouldn't declare your official important titles, your representation, as jokes because people will be confused. They'll think, okay, so this person really is trying to grow a nation, trying to develop their own ideas for that, and yet anyone can just become a part of their nobility. Like anybody can just jump in and have like a big representative role in their society. That's weird, and so I think that's big. Um, Master Deontay says, I just bought 20 more notes. I'm bad. Oh, shnoinkies. Master Deontay, you are actually about to make us flip. If you just bought 20 more notes, you may be starting to gain on Leana a little bit. You may be starting to gain on like all the people on the board. If you just bought 20 notes and you already had five, you may be about to pass Raymond. You may be in a tie for fourth right now on the aristocrat board. You just booped up. You may put Leanna in a run for her money for the top of the aristocrat board. Master Deontay, thank you so much. And as well, I'm excited to read that citizenship application. Robert Washington says 3 war robots. By the end of 2008, there were about 12,000. This is from the military. In 10 to 20 years, there will be way more with other countries developing war robots. We can see large amounts of robots fighting. And to that concept, less death, but still doesn't mean there won't be any. Wars are devastating enough as it is. Robert says, reducing human casualties even more? Potentially. Darren says, but Highguard recognizes Sealand. I have already communicated this to His Highness. That's great to hear. I'm glad. It's still interesting. Wait, so you recognize Sealand, but you don't recognize their titles? Because you did say nobody recognizes their titles. Robert Washington says, reducing human casualties even more. WSB says, actually, Scotland doesn't. Those are fake. Yeah, exactly. They are fake titles. Yep. Joking Game says, honestly, it ruins their reputation, though, for Sealand. Makes it look like a joke. Exactly. It's a hard thing to be able to be trying to legitimately claim yourself as a micronation and to, at the same time, be like just selling off your titles. I don't think it's a good look. As well, I feel like part of the issue with Sealand is Sealand has like a crumbling infrastructure. Just their physical land, um, the platform with which they are claiming their country and claiming their stake just has a limited lifespan. They've been slowly trying to build up on it, but I don't think they have the funding capabilities to outpace the amount of damage that's actively being done by its existence. You know what I mean? If there's initial corrosion on it, that corrosion gets worse and worse by the day and takes so much time and money to repair just to have crews get out there on the water to make progress on it, let alone the cost for paying those specialized workers, as well those people with highly serviceable skills, as well as just the raw material that it takes to do that and the equipment that those people need. Just a lot, a lot, a lot. So all that being said, Sealand has a tough enough time on its own just staying stable, and so I think the the sale of their titles is a way for them to make a lot of money really quickly, but it's also a way for them to be selling exactly what they are. They're selling their identity, and that's what's concerning. Um, Darren says, sorry, just apparently I'm either immune or very lucky since everyone close to me caught it and I didn't. Agreed. Darren says, Sealand is rich. I imagine so, but to a degree, right? Like, Sealand is rich, but how much are they actually putting into that thing that they are claiming as their territory? Is it that that territory is important to them? Jaya says, I'll be opening peace negotiations with Disneyland if they build a park close to where I live. Darren says, rich is never a joke. Agreed, it's not a joke. It's just, unless you're a billionaire, multi-billionaire, hard to keep up something like that. It just is. It costs millions of dollars in expenses to keep up and maintain, and I think it will just eventually get torn down. The fort that they have in the sea that is actively degrading. I watched a video just a number of years ago talking about how they themselves were saying they were having difficulty with maintaining that, and at one time were looking to sell the platform. I'm not sure if they still are, but that's difficult. That's a decision that they have to make about the direction they want to go with their nation and the seriousness of it, and whether or not that is a crucial part of their identity. Darren says, what makes His Highness look bad is his attempts to sell the platform. Agreed. We've also talked about that. Jaya says, Sealand people have attempted to sell their fort before. Yep, we have just talked about that. Yep, and I think that's a thing to continue discussing, because it's just hard. It's really hard to legitimately grow from that. It is a struggle, and I think that cannot be underplayed, is that their identity in a lot of ways is tied to that platform, and so its degrading nature, it falling apart over time, is a toughie to actually being able to figure out how sustainable Sealand is. It's a big platform. It's something that they've talked about in their history and has been the development of people's excitement about them. But I don't think everybody knows the degradation of the platform and about their attempts to sell it and stuff like that.
I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because my email got deleted by Google. But that email is subscribed to the channel. Do you think it undid it?
Probably so.
Weird.
Yeah, it probably just deletes the accounts. Jaya says, Darren says, I enjoy the streams. They help give ... perspective. I'm glad to hear. Jaya says, Sealand was, I'm glad to hear, Darren, and I hope that helps you. Jaya says, Sealand was fine in their first years of existence because the UK didn't claim them. Now it's different. Agreed. What is the difference? Has there been updates on that? I'd be curious to read. Leanna says, Sealand is also easily overtaken because it doesn't have a sufficient form of defense and it has no allies to come to their aid. Agreed. But it'd also be ridiculous to put, heavily armored defenses on a platform that is actively crumbling apart. It'd be a ruining of your investment. I think if people did raid your platform and take it over, they'd just be putting themselves at a safety risk because the platform is just struggling, so I think that's something to consider, right? Is that they may not be trying to defend the platform because the platform isn't worth defending. Robert says, easily overtaken. Yeah, it's a big issue. And it's not easily overtaken because the people are easily overtaken. It's because the platform it's falling apart. Hey.
You know what my crazy title is?
What's that? Decision maker. That's accurate. I believe in you.
No.
I like you. Darren says it depends. Only some titles are for sale, and Robert says a fort in the middle of the ocean easily overtaken. Darren says, no, that's not how I plan to do it. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to develop what the right path for developing your micronation is, especially when there are so many that seem viable until you run into a large roadblock that you couldn't have seen until you started to invest all this time and money and research into it. So research is obviously important, but as well trying to understand the circumstances of your development and what you can do and where you're going to hit those roadblocks. Every ideology, every attempt at micronationalism is going to have its own large hurdles, its own great roadblocks, its own things that are going to try and be the extinction point of your nation. But trying to figure out how to overcome those is unique to every micronational situation. And it's important to plan out when you feel like you'll be able to take those on, at what stage of your development you'll be able to take on those bigger struggles, to be able to figure out which strategy is best for you, and to be able to figure out which type of development is best for you. Darren says, one, only citizens may purchase titles. Okay. Master Deontay said, would it be bold to ask you if I could become... would I be bold to ask if you could be a mentor to help me build up the framework of my nation? I think that would be an issue, right, Master Deontay? Is if you were to become a citizen, if you like read and filled out the citizenship application stuff, we only accept people who aren't like creating other nations. So you can always create another nation after developing at a certain point if you would choose to leave your Eternian citizenship. But we are interested in investing in people who want to stay with Eternia and not develop their own nations. So that being the case, if you wanted to develop your own nation, we would certainly support you, but there would be a limited amount of support that we could give you versus if you are a citizen and trying to help us to develop our own. But yes, I would be interested in talking to you, at very least. Darren says, while financial decisions are mine, I firmly believe in democratic institutions and actively seek the counsel of my citizens. That's respectable, Darren. I believe in that. And Master Deontay, that is not at all discouragement from emailing us, contacting us. I absolutely want to be able to advise in any way I can or help in any way I can, but it just be limited for somebody who is trying to create their own nation versus someone who is trying to help develop the Empire of Aeternia. Leanna says, Sealand isn't a fort, it's a platform held up by concrete pillars. What happens if you blow the pillars out with explosives? Or they just degrade away? Darren says, non-citizens may not purchase titles or hold government offices. Interesting. Master Deontay says, oh, okay, got it, thanks. Absolutely, not a problem. But I do appreciate you, and I want to continue to find ways for us to work together. I don't know.
I just need to put it back in the fridge because it was just thawing it.
We can do
it was
it.
frozen.
We can do it. Is it thawed already?
Almost all the way.
When it finishes thawing, we can cook it up. You want to? But yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I think that's kind of the hardest thing for us to figure out, right? Is what the best way for us to develop our nations is. And it's not something you just face right at the beginning of your development. That's something that happens throughout the entire lifetime of Micronation. Robert Washington says, Darren says, 4, similarly, non-citizens may not purchase passports. Non-citizens may not purchase passports to other nations or to your nation. Because that would seem like it'd be difficult. Oh, I guess to maybe reside in your nation? Interesting concept. I'm really curious to see how it develops, Darren. Robert says, Youch, Miss Taylor. Yeah, absolutely. Referring to Leanna. Robert, yeah, absolutely. I think Leanna's point was interesting. The pillars under Sealand are definitely worrisome, but I think even their own corrosion, like they don't need to have exploded. They will just corrode away. There's an issue there. And also just the infrastructure on top of those pillars is also just rotting and, becoming rusted and breaking away. Robert says, rip everyone on Sealand. Agreed. Lana says, besides, a small half-trained group of people with guns could take Sealand from a helicopter. It happened before. Yeah, it's a whole issue. It's something that's really, really hard to actually develop in that sort of precarious a situation. And so I understand their need to be able to really quickly pull together resources and try to survive. But it may be interesting to look at rebranding your nation if you want it to survive and you want to pull away from the platform identity. Ooh, Robert Washington, but Sealand is a World War II fort. And then Robert Washington said helicopter. Darren says the titles encourage citizens to be more active in function of the realm. Citizens are invested in success of the realm. Titled citizens are invested in success of the realm. That makes sense. Leanna says not a fort; it's more like an oil platform. Agree. But it isn't an oil platform, right? It was a fort, wasn't it? Um, wasn't it specifically a designed fort in World War II, like a military like radio base, like bunker station? Um, Robert says, everyone, let's get Donald Trump to get the MAGA crew to storm Sealand. What? Goodness gracious! They stormed the Capitol. I guess they can do a lot apparently, but ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Joking said, any tips on how to make money for the micronation? Um, I would recommend you check out our economics series if you're talking about how to make money for your own micronation. I would recommend you watch our economic series that you can find in our playlist or just scrolling through our videos. Leanna says you have to watch the history of Sealand. If you're talking about our micronation and how to make money for us, the biggest thing that you can do is to send us content. If you donate some content to our channel, we can upload that and help us to get our watch time up, which helps us to get monetization. So it all works hand in hand and gets us slowly toward our goals. Leanna says you have to watch the history of Sealand. Prakal says don't overprint. Oh, so maybe so. Maybe I was just misinformed. I guess I do need to watch the history of Sealand. Robert Washington says Sealand is a World War II fort. Look it up. Oh, interesting. So I am curious to see how this develops, to see which theory is right, the fort theory or the oil platform theory. As well, I am so excited to check our land purchase funding after a few minutes because I know people just put in purchase orders for our Etsy shop for the Imperial Market. People have bought more notes, so there's going to be a change in the aristocrat board. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening very, very quickly, and I'm excited to see it. Darren says, okay, Scotland does not sell titles. Certain conservation groups sell honorary titles only. I have researched this thoroughly. Yes, absolutely. And it is kind of a ridiculous thing. I'm sure those honorary titles or those groups are doing that without consideration or interest in micronationalism. But micronationalism does have an interest in the creation and development of titles by anyone. And so I think us looking into the legitimacy of that for ourselves is important. It can be used as a strategy to raise money if one does not care about the worth or sincerity of the titles that they hold. However, trying to establish both a legitimate organization and fake honorary titles is a difficult thing to do when the thing that you're trying to create is a nation. Because it does feel like it's undermining the authority of that nation and its ability to give out titles that have direct meaning and value to them within that government. Master Deontay said, did I start a purchase spree, LOL? Let's see. Let's see if you did. I'd be very curious, actually. I'm going to hop off of that one so that you guys can't see exactly what I'm hitting up. But I do want to check the Etsy to see if we have updates. Because we very well might have had a legitimate purchase spree occur in our store. We have 32 sales. What? Oh gosh. Did we straight up just get a whole bunch of sales? We got two new sales. Let's check it out. Master Deontay, thank you so much for helping us out. Let's see. Yep, Master Deontay, you just bought multiple things, which is why. Hey, thank you so much. Oh wow, Master Deontay purchased 47 plus 20. Hold up. $71.92 worth of merchandise. Thank you so much, Master Deontay, for your purchase. That actually moves us up nearly $100 on our thing. Let me see how many notes that puts Master Deontay up to. Yep, that's 5 packs of 5 Imperial notes. That's 25. That means that they are, in fact, officially, we're going to put them up there probably tonight or tomorrow. But Master Deontay is officially tied for fourth place on our aristocrat board with Raymond Bosher of Sadie and Rice for fourth place, fourth highest aristocrat on the aristocrat board. My man came out of nowhere and decimated the game. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Master Deontay. Darren says, when advertising says you can put on passport, it's a really simplified legal name change, not a peer title. Oh, that makes sense. That's so weird. And that is interesting. Joking Gamer says, I think it's okay, but of course, only low tier aristocracy, like how France did the nobles of the cloth, if I remember correctly. That is interesting. And agreed, I think there can be certain benefits to having, like, things in your nation which are purchasable, but I don't think that titles specifically, saying that you are a lord now, is the best way to go, because lord tends to signify some sort of authority, and if you're giving, if it's paid to get authority, that is a weird thing. But yeah, you're right, you can do it for very low tier aristocracy, but again, it's a weird thing depending on how much say those people actually have, and if they don't have any say, it's weird to call them, nobles or lords and things like that. Robert Washington says, what if the UK invaded Sealand? They literally blow it to bits and invade. Agreed. I don't think they'd blow it to bits even. I think they'd just show up and be like, get out. Like, I don't think it'd be that crazy. Darren says, no, I recognize Sealand as a de facto state due to its unique history. As such, I recognize its titles, even if no one else does. Agreed. People don't really recognize their titles. I'm glad you do recognize their titles, although their titles have been sold all over the world, so you have to recognize a lot of supposed royalty in that. That is an interesting thing to see developed. I'm curious as to how you'll do with that. I'm curious as to how that'll be developed. So if someone showed up, so if someone showed up to Highguard with a title purchased from Sealand, you would immediately recognize that person as you would, a king, as you would, just another, like a low tier noble from another nation. Would you allow them to speak on Sealand and represent Sealand officially in talks with your nation? How far do you do in dealings with that? You know what I mean? That's the hard thing about these titles. Darren says, well, given His Highness is actively trying to sell the platform. Agreed. It's a whole thing that is an issue for, not just for Sealand as an institution, but for all of these different micronations that are developing in ways that feel unsustainable. I don't want to talk too much about specific micronations. I just think it is hard to define exactly what nations are sometimes. And I think that's why it's so important to show people what you're doing and to declare what you're doing, is because for situations like ours, the way to see inside actively day to day how development is going is based on our channel, based on knowing that we are developing that through seeing it. Leanna says, I'm thinking about buying land on another planet, like the moon or Mars. That sounds pretty cool. Also, Kingdom of Prakal said 18 likes. Wow, we do have a ton of likes on this video. Thank you guys so much. And I hope you are sincerely enjoying the content in this video. I know some of the biggest stuff for us is making sure that we're getting out accurate content, accurate information that helps people, and that actually helps to push micronationalism. So if you feel like that is the case, please like the video, please comment, please share it with other micronationalists. If you feel like there's somebody who's just absolutely slacking in their nation, or people who are starting nations that don't know how to get started, if you have friends who you're talking to about micronationalism and they say, I want to start one, but I don't know how, hit them up with our videos. Let them see what we've done. We have economics videos. We have videos on how to start with the basics of just developing your nation. Please share it with people. Please show it to people. If they come in the live chat with you, you can join them and talk to them about what's happening, and we can all answer questions and show support. So please, if anybody has questions, if anybody wants to let people know about what micronationalism is and wants to be able to accurately field their questions, send them our way. We'd be excited to have them. And please subscribe to show your support for us. If we're somebody who has helped to convert you into micronationalism or has helped to give you an inspiration in that, subscribing helps us. Darren says, oops, trying to sell the platform. I suspect upkeep is enormous and he's trying to save his fortune in English European banks. I agree. I don't know how much fortune there is. I think probably for like supporting a family on, if that's sorry guys, give me 1 second. Let me refix my webcam. My webcam goofed. I bumped it. It really wasn't the webcam, it was me. Hey, I'm back. Okay, so yes, I think whatever money he does have from the development of Sealand, I'm sure he is trying to sell. But I imagine Sealand has the same, revenue as a decently successful small business. So probably enough to support his family and will give them a comfortable lifestyle. But probably not much more than that. Like it's a hard thing to run, and especially with all that upkeep and all that investment to keep the symbol of Sealand alive, to allow them to continue to get support for that, is dwindling and is a hard thing to upkeep. So looking at their strategies for how they're going to market themselves differently for the future will be interesting, or if they will just ultimately leave the micronational sphere forever and say, hey, we're investing our money elsewhere. We've dropped out. We're done. Because that race is hard. It's a hard and competitive place. Robert Washington says, watch when the U.S. and China divide space. I don't think that'll happen. Space is a free place for everybody. That is the way it should be. That's the way that it is. That's the way I hope will continue to be. Leanna says, I'll be in another galaxy when that happens. Got him. Joking Gamer says, Aeternia is the channel that I just changed upon when I searched about economies. Got me interested in micronationalism. So thank you, Emperor AP. Of course, and I'm so glad to hear that. As well, we do try to get into economics, and we do try and help people understand what this is about and how it works. So please, if you have any questions, let us know. And thank you so much for subscribing and supporting us. On the day of my birthday, the day after my birthday, seeing so much support and so much love for us is the best birthday present that I could get. So thank you all for believing in this dream. Thank you all so much for believing in the steps that we have taken, the work that we've put in to make something tangible to show you all. Things like this gift behind me are absolute record of that. Things like your support and dedication are absolute record of that. And just the complexity with which the channel has grown and gained support over time is all thanks to you guys. I remember getting on YouTube and refreshing my phone all day when I was first starting out to see if we got like 1 or 2 new views, and like freaking out about that and be like, oh, if we could just get a couple more views over the next few days, we'll get to like 25 views and that'd be crazy, and we can make a video thanking people for 25 views. And now we're doing well. We have 6 viewers watching this right now, and that means so much to me to have that belief in what we're doing. And it shows that other people, the people who are helping to make Aeternia happen behind the scenes that we don't always see, the people like Gray, Steven, Nathan, Tiffany even, helping just in support and in developing a lot of the stuff with me.
And I have a new idea for a new item to go on the Imperial market.
Hey, well, we will have to talk about it after the stream, and then we can release it to the public and get everybody hyped. But just like that, Tiffany always helping out, Tiffany always being supportive. And even people like Leanna, our first aristocrat, somebody who has been in the comments, been in the chat, who has every day been a fantastic steward of the places that we call home as Aeternians, we gather on these streams ritualistically almost, and Leanna is always here to welcome us, is always here to support us, and she is someone who has as well financially supported us a lot. That's why her name is #1 on that list. That's why she is standing alone with her gap there, with her record, and is paving the way for us to continue to grow and to continue to do what we need to do. So thank you, Leanna, for your generosity and for going above and beyond the already generous nature of yourself to help us out and to be actively supportive. So yeah, they're all people that we couldn't do this without. We couldn't be this size without you all, and it's wonderful to have you here. I only hope it's my job to be able to secure Aeternia and take those investments and apply them such that you do not have to constantly worry about propping Aeternia up, but Aeternia can turn into something that allows us to prop you up in the future. Ooh, multiple things. Joking, Robert says, I think there will be space wars fought over resource-rich asteroids. Let's hope not. Prakal says, done, the stream in 20, 30-ish years. Sorry, Kingdom of Prakal said, done the stream. Are you heading out of the stream, or what's done in the stream? As well, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Robert says 20, 30-ish years. Let's hope not. Lana says most likely. Robert says, yep, the space mining wars won't be that human casualty high. Oh, goodness. But satellites providing information from space will be hit. I imagine that's true as well. Leanna says, AP, when we get our spaceship built, we can call it the Aeternia. I love it. I appreciate that. Leanna says, I'll be looking for anything Tiffany puts on the market. Hey, fantastic. They're already excited for you, Tiff. Leanna especially. Biggest supporter of feminism in Aeternia. That's like a big thing. Leanna has been actively helping Tiffany and supporting her. She's been supporting her artwork. She's been supporting just our culture as well, being a trans woman that's at the top of our aristocrat board. She's making political statements out here without having been on the channel at all physically. Like, she hasn't made a video, she hasn't spoken. She has been in our comments. She has been letting her presence be known through our chat and through support of us, like buying Tiffany's artwork, like becoming at the top of the aristocrat board and making change. So I think in the future I would like that to be well noted for the history of Aeternia, that there was someone here who was making strides for women's progress, not just in the world, and especially trans women's progress, not just in the world, but even in our little niche here, even in Aeternia, there were people who were making waves, and there were people who were making sure that the status quo was challenged every day, and that people were placed in positions where they can accurately represent the people who are a part of our community. Robert says, which way would more damage? Yeah, the satellites would cause a lot of damage. I agree with that. And I'm excited for us to have a spaceship. I think that'll be great. Prakal says, when you're done the stream, check Discord. You asked for my email, so I sent it to you on Discord. When you're done, check it. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I will check it, and I will hit you up with an updated version of the map for you to be on as well. I gotta go back and check citizenship applications. I gotta check a number of things that we need to get going with. Robert says, AP is boinking. Oh goodness, what? That's not appropriate, Robert. I don't appreciate that at all. Goodness, just not appropriate. So the joke did get the snot out of me though. I am gonna change our music here to get us into a little bit of a different mood. But you know, part of the reason that we're doing these streams so long, and part of the reason why we are continuing to expand upon this topic is, one, of course, micronations being tribes, micronations being these small collective groups of people are important for us to note and to talk about as we try to improve micronationalism. But it's also a thing where we are trying to continue to grow and develop our watch time and try to make sure that we are always outpacing those losses that we have and putting in big moves for the future. Tiffany's hype. Also, she has a dress pulled up on her phone that looks very cute. So I'm imagining she's going to want to talk to me about that pretty quickly. I'm so excited. I love it. Trudeau jumped in and said hello. Leanna said greetings, Trudeau. Darren says, Deontay, AP and I are both trying to grow our nations. I respect him, but cannot be a citizen of Aeternia. Nor would I ask him to join High Guard. Ooh, that's interesting. What did Deontay message? I'm curious. And I appreciate that. I think trying to grow and develop our own things is an important part of micronationalism. But I think as well we can seek help from each other. We can be friends. It's important. Trudeau says we are addressing all the 12-year-old micronations. Oh goodness, fantastic. Leanna says nope, micronations in general, but more focused on Aeternia. Ooh. Darren says, Deontay, both us would happily probably accept you as a citizen to our nations. I'm curious as to what the discussion is. I'm looking for Deontay's comment, but I don't see it. I'm like kind of lost here. Where was Deontay's last thing? The last thing I see from Deontay was, did I start a purchase spree? Can someone tell me what Deontay said so I can like get back in the loop? Robert says, thank you for changing the music. Of course. Sometimes I'll leave it looping a little too long. If you guys get sick of it, let me know and I will change it. It's just something where having it loop at least lets me play it 2 or 3 times so that it's not something where every time we have an issue, we get another ad. Where anytime, the thing comes, we get an ad and then there's an annoying like ad thing. I have to go and mute it and switch the channel. What you looking for, cutie? Now Tiff's at the helm. No, this one, down here. What you looking for, cutie?
Here.
Oh, okay. She's searching for a song. Tiff's got a song to pick. But yeah, so
This
I appreciate.
good.
Ooh, can we try chill piano type beat?
This one?
Yeah, I love piano type beats. Ooh, don't click it. Ooh, don't click it. Just click that.
I'm just trying to get the thing to come.
Ooh, don't click it. Nice. Ooh, this sounds pretty. Can we loop this?
Oh, yeah.
No, just hit right there. Just click up in the video. Left click.
What? Wait.
Let me see. Yeah, just like that.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
This is a very pretty piano beat, and I appreciate all the micronationalists. Stand up on your feet with 2.
Wait.
We're making on the movement split,
I was trying.
and we're never shooting at it. Ooh. Okay, let me jump in. So, Master Deontay said, I'm not sure either. Trudeau said, also, Trudeau is growing on Instagram and YouTube. Hey, congratulations, Trudeau. Leanna said, good to hear, Trudeau. Master Deontay said, I think you're referencing when I asked for mentorship on properly building a framework for a micronation. Oh, absolutely. Darren said, Deontay, a serious micronation is a big endeavor, a lot of work. Don't do it lightly. Consider what is best for you. Do your research and then decide. That is true. A lot of people will join micronations and then will leave the micronational community very quickly because they'll be like, oh no, like it was too much work and people were toxic and all these different problems happened. And a lot of times it's because there's a lack of research done, a lack of preparation, and a lack of ability to move forward. You have to be in the right point in your life to be able to develop a micronation, even semi-successfully, if you are trying to be a realist micronation. So I think that's something that's a hard endeavor, a hard thing to be able to overcome, but it's possible. I think a lot of people really undersell the value of joining an already established micronation. We've talked about this before, but I sincerely think some of the wealthiest people who will come out of micronationalism won't be the leaders of micronations. They'll be the people who initially started helping micronations, got in on the ground floor of micronations, became invested, made a lot of money in the micronation, and then continued to develop their own careers from there and do what they wanted from there. I think the people who back and support micronations can finance those micronations. It can help in a lot of ways. So Don't undersell being a supporter, because when you are a supporter of something, people rely on you. And if a kingdom, an entire nation relies and depends on you, that's an important position to be in. I wouldn't undersell that at all. And it allows you to pick the nations that seem like they're working to become more successful and are doing well, and research them and then invest in them as you choose. Um, Robert Washington says, has there been an Eternian civil war? Oh no, this is a monarchy, bro. You can't change that. Oh. And also, no, we've never had a war, because wars are stupid, especially micronational ones. We've talked about it before, just under the sun on this show. Darren says, Deontay, serious micronation is a big endeavor. Master Deontay says, yeah, that's what I've been doing. I think it's a good endeavor. I messaged AP on what type I'm trying to build. I would love to see that. Only if you send that message. Then I guess we'll have to wait. I believe in you, send the message. It's known, like it's not a mystery.
To her?
That's you. I know. Leanna says, Aeternia is a peaceful micronation, no civil wars. And that's accurate. Thank you, Leanna, for clarifying that for us. Darren says, the peers of Highguard are equivalent to Eternia's aristocracy. That's fantastic. Yeah, and I think that's important. Peerage is definitely an interesting system, and I have seen very similar developments in other micronations. Also, we have 9 viewers right now. Thank you guys for helping us to blow it up. One day I really want to do just like a crazy long stream to see how many people come in and hang out at one time. Every time we get like 9 or 10, holding that is incredible for... Tiffany just ate wax. Holding that is incredible for our watch time. If we hang out on an hour for a stream, we have 10 viewers, 10 hours of watch time. So the closer we get to 10 or over 10, and the longer we hold that, the better it is for our watch time, the better it is for us to be able to grow. And it means that it's harder and harder for us to lose watch time by a day going by. We end up netting positively by staying on and making longer and longer live streams. Master Deontay said it was on Discord. Oh, okay, perfect. I will definitely check that out after the stream. I want to go and see what sort of micronation you're building and how its development is going to affect who you are as a person, Deontay. I believe in you. I'm excited for you, and I can't wait to discuss it. Tiffany's got a cat, and she wants to show him on stream. It's Moondust. Hey, Moondust. Hey. Hey, Moondust. Let me get the camera, put it right to us. Hey, Moondust. Hey, Moondust. Oh, there's that little cat face. He's running in the rat race. What is he doing right here? He's freaked, and I'm looking in his ear. Oh no, boy. Hey, very good. Yep. I know, he's in such a silly mood right now.
You're in a happy mood.
I'm in a happy mood. Yeah.
Rappy
mood. That too. I am in a rappy mood. Robert Washington said back. Hey, thank you so much, Robert. It helps. It helps our watch time a ton. Darren says Sealand was originally a World War II anti-aircraft assault platform constructed by Britain to defend against Nazi air attacks. Ooh, Darren looked it up. Darren came back with the real claps. Percal says cute cat. Thank you very much. Roland says, hello AP, hope you are well. Glad to see you got your flag. Yes, thank you so much, Roland. We've also had a lot of exciting updates with the Aristocrat board, with people donating to us, with people helping out, and slowly helping us to grow our nation. We're on our way. We are on our way to micronational victory, to our monetization, to our land purchase. We're getting there, slowly but surely, and it's all thanks to you guys. Percal said, Robert Washington. So, Roland, what have you been up to? I haven't seen you in a minute on the streams. Have you been following Aeternia? Do you follow our Twitter, our Instagram? What's up? What's up, man? Robert says, fun fact, I stole this profile pic from a 12-year-old's gaming YouTuber. Well, I believe in you, Robert. Also, are you the 12-year-old gaming YouTuber? If you're not, uh, do you like the 12-year-old gaming YouTuber? Are they cool? Do you support them? Leanna said, greetings, Roland. Joking says, I've watched the economic series like quite a few times, but I'm not sure how to get it started because I live in a country with very strict regulations. So, any tips? I would recommend emailing us or Discord messaging me. Tell me what specifically the regulations are. I feel like that's a hard one because a lot of the time, you know, regulations can still be fairly lax if you're doing things that don't require, a lot of safety input or a lot of exchanging of hands. So things that really don't need to be, uh, shipped places, that don't need to be manufactured in any complex ways, are probably going to be the things that save you the most money and allow you to deal with those regulations. But again, let me know what country, let me know what you're talking about, and we can talk about it. But yeah, I appreciate you watching the series, and I absolutely want to be able to clarify those things for people who watch the series because it makes it better. It makes it more effective for them, and your ideas may help us to give ideas for the next iteration in the series, part 4 or part 5. Roland Brewer says, been busy. You know how it is. Of course, of course. But still, we appreciate you supporting Roland. Of course, we did get the flag. It was sent to us by none other than Master Stephen Vince of the House of Treasure, and it is a fantastic testament to how Aeternia is growing, and how we have grown and is continuing to grow. It's really crazy, and I'm so lucky to be here in this position, sitting in now what is becoming more and more the official throne of Aeternia, what is becoming more and more the home base for a growing and sprawling empire, and it's all thanks to you. Jaya says, some guy started using that World War II fort after an incident where the authorities, of course, decided that it had no jurisdiction over that place, so this guy declared Sealand. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, also, we have 10 viewers again. Hey, 10 viewers helping to get us that watch time. Ooh, let's see how long we can keep 10 viewers, or we can start getting like hours and hours and hours of watch time. It helps a lot. Lana says barter trade could be an option. Absolutely. There are like different avenues, different potentials for trying things, but it ultimately ends up being a little bit difficult because of some of those regulations and things. So I am curious. Bartering and trade sound like they could be a potential option for you. Lana's right. Robert says no. Edwin Portillo says barter is very common in the United Empire. Absolutely. Jaya says he used the fort as a pirate radio station. He sure did. We're talking about Sealand in that regard. Robert says, yeah, I like them. Oh, that's very cool. So Robert liked the people that have his gaming profile picked. Prakal says, how much does it cost to print a flag? This thing, I'm sure, costs quite a bit of money. Again, it was purchased by none other than Master Stephen Vince of the House of Others and given to us as a fantastic gift. I really appreciate Master Vince for that, and I can't wait to be able to talk to him more, to be able to hopefully come and visit him, and to show him my support and my thanks for that. Robert says, but I changed the thumbnail as a prank and didn't change the back because I forgot. Oh, that's all good. I completely understand. I think the YouTuber that you got it off of will love it. Have you shown it to him yet? But yeah, these are the things that really help us to grow as a micronation. These streams where we have like 10 people jumping on, we're all talking about interesting stuff, we're all making legitimate progress for micronationalism. A lot of the time I'll hear people and they'll say like, hey, have you ever covered this topic? Have you ever talked about this? And there's so much that's in these live streams, it's really easy for me to point the way over here. So you guys are actively helping to make micronational history right now while you're hanging out in the live stream, while you're talking about different ideas, while you're showing what's important to you and how your nation's developing. That's the whole point of all of this. And that helps us a lot to get to where we need to be and to get other micronations to where they need to be. So you're going to be a part of that reference pool. You're going to be part of the thing that I say, hey, go back and check out that stream where we talked about the development of Sealand. Go back and look at that stream where we talked about how different micronations can support themselves with strict regulations and stuff like that. So Darren says, yes, Jai, he was first a prince. He was a pirate radio DJ and went to the platform to take advantage of a loophole in censorship laws at the time. That's crazy. Again, developing this like Sealand story further and further, figuring out what the facts are. That's again a crazy one to navigate, especially looking at the like then versus now of how Sealand has changed. It is sort of a crazy development, and I'm curious to see where it continues to go. And it's hard to talk about other micronations as a micronation because it feels like it's like a clapback thing, and that's not what the attempt is. Like, I really just want to learn about Sealand's successes and failures as objectively as possible, and every micronation, so that we can gain an understanding of how micronationalism works and learn about how we can do as best we can to survive and to keep growing. We have 11 people viewing. Thank you guys so much. Also, please remember to like if you haven't already. Leanna says, I'm still hoping to meet you and Tiffany sometime soon, especially Tiffany, said Leanna. Agreed. And I think we're excited to meet you too. I know I am. I know Tiffany is as well. I think the biggest thing for us is trying to figure out like when we can do a big event or something. We would love to do like a convention. We would love to like hang out in person and have like a big meetup event with a lot of people. I know finding the right location for that and also the right time for that is really hard. So for us, you know, we're big enough to where we have almost enough stuff for monetization. You know, we're starting to get up to the point where we're selling merch well, we're selling investment into our economy well. People believe in the Empire of Aeternia, people are becoming citizens. But are we big enough to actually host like a convention? Are we big enough to actually draw support from people enough to make it worthwhile to really spread out physically and start, you know, touching different communities directly and in person? That's the question for us now, and that's one of those big jumping points, which if we can hit it and unlock it will mean amazing effects for our nation and a whole new world of opportunity, and that's what we're trying to shoot for. Truto says, I'm back. Robert Washington says he blocked me because he thought I was spamming. And then says, don't steal AP's girl, Leanna. I think we're good. But I appreciate it. Leanna is a friend of the channel, and we're excited to see her. Darren says, yes, AP, not everyone can be a prince or duke or earl, peer, but I'll happily sell them a lesser title. Oh, goodness. Yeah, but I don't know about that. I don't know about then, though. I will accept some lesser titles as a consolation, because I still feel like it undermines. Even if you're like, I'm only undermining a little bit of authority, it still feels like undermining authority. Joking says, one of the regulations is that we can't set up stalls out in the open, so I can't do like a local market for barter and trade. Renting and opening shops are a huge risk and difficult to maintain. Internet stuff, I recommend then. Trudeau says Aeternia should put up some posters everywhere. Agreed. We should definitely hit up more stuff like that and more in-person development. Leanna said, no plans to steal Tiffany. I have some mental health issues that keep me from getting into serious relationships. AP and Tiffany already know that. Absolutely. Well, and it's also a thing where, like, there are important milestones for anybody developing, like, relationship stuff. It has taken me a while to feel comfortable and happy in my own skin to be able to develop healthy relationships. And I think it's much better to understand if you're not in a position to do that than to just rush into relationships that you're not ready for, because I've done that a number of times in my life so far and have ended up in a place that I regret, hurting people that I care about, because you want to make something work that you don't have the resources to make work. So it's really, really good to feel in a position where you're comfortable enough with who you are and what you're doing to say, I'm not ready for that yet, but I'll know when I am, and I'll be ready to find that person who I actually want to be with. I respect you for that, Leanna, and I'm proud that you are such a wise person as to take that into account. And I'm excited to see the person that you do end up with, if you so choose. But I know you already have family that you care about and take care of, so I know you are much, much needed there as well. Jaya says, the Micronations channel that made a video on you some time ago actually got an interview with the Prince of Sealand. I know it. Viren, the guy who runs the channel, has actually been a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia for quite a while. Yeah, absolutely. And is a good friend of the channel. Darren says, okay, AP, they could speak for Sealand if government of Sealand says they are authorized to do so. But that's, again, though, that's hard to say, right? Because they are a representative. They are in the peerage, so to speak, of that nation. Darren says, you and I cannot speak for America, but we can speak as Americans. That's true, but I also don't have an official title from the US government. If the US government gave me an official, like, title, like if I was given like a senatorial position or whatever, even if it's like it's only symbolic, it's still a title given by the US government. You know, I still feel like that gives you authority to speak on behalf of the US government to some degree, as a part of it. Trudeau says the Micronations channel would have a hard time interviewing Trudeau's emperor. Makes sense. Edwin says the United Empire has planted garlic, cherry, tomatoes, and basil to export. That's exciting. Also, 11 viewers. Thank you guys so much. Edwin says the United Empire has planted garlic, cherry, tomatoes, and basil. And how is that going? How long do you think will be until your first yield for that? Leanna says, besides, I respect them too much to do something like that. Appreciate it, Leanna. Darren says, when High Guard is fully operational. That's fair. That's completely understandable. I do think it is hard to give away like titles, though. I will stand for that, and just saying that it's an issue. Not because it's not possible to do so, just because it will cause problems later down the line. But again, every micronation has their own way of developing, and will choose at what point they want to hit their problems and how big those problems will be at different points in their careers. So good luck to you, High Guard, and I can't wait to see how you traverse the challenges and successes that will come upon you. Yeah. Edwin says 1 or 2 months. Ooh, for the cherry tomatoes and basil. I bet that'll be delicious. I can't wait to see if you put them in a garden salad. I can't wait to see what nations buy them. I can't wait to see what products are made from them. That's exciting. Yeah, and so I feel like as Aeternians, you're saying a while back. Jaya said, BTW, I like people to call me Manu. Oh, okay, that's perfect. I can call you Manu. So Manu said, I like people to call me Manu. Can do, Manu. Can do, Manu. The importance of... Okay. Ooh. Real quick, Darren said, our main industries will be silver collectible coins, silver bullion bank accounts, and a host of novelties such as knighthood, memberships, badges. Good luck. I believe in you, Darren. Trudeau says, Trudeau has like this small shop. Ooh, I believe in you. That sounds pretty cool. Robert Washington says, hi. Trudeau says, I can send a butter advert in the Discord. Oh, goodness. Advertise Trudeauian butter. Darren says, I also plan to produce flags for other micronations. That's pretty cool. And I hope that works well. Robert says, I'm writing some stories. Hey, very cool. Also, I think we are probably going to be heading out here in just a second. What I am going to do is I'm going to hit up the... I'm going to hit up the Imperial Market to start showing off some of the stuff that we've been doing thus far in our development, talking about a couple things, and then I will be starting to transition the stream down. What I'm going to do is leave the stream running, though, just for a little while. I'm going to put it back to the starting soon theme, even though we won't be starting soon. It'll be the end of the stream. But I will just hit that up so that if anybody wants to give us extra watch time hours, if they want to help us out, they can do so that way by just letting the stream run in the background, and then we'll end it and we'll close it down in a few minutes. But yeah, thank you to everybody. Again, right now, I just want to show off. We're at 1292. That is some solid growth for the channel. We are close to that 1300, like I said. Of course, we looked at our monetization earlier, but I want to show that again just one more time. Over 1290 subs, a big, impressive number. 2,514 public watch time hours out of 4,000, and that's from May 28th. So we'll see after my birthday and all that how things have continued to update after this stream, how things have continued to update, and hopefully we are growing to these stars and back. Of course, you guys know the Imperial Market website, eternianempire.wixsite.com/Imperial Market. If you've ever been curious about what our anthem is, it's up here at the top of the home screen. You can see it actually says home, we're finally landing. That's the title of the song, which is our current anthem. It's been the anthem since the beginning of our nation, and I really like it. I think it's very invigorating and exciting. It inspires. So as far as our citizenship, if you want to apply for citizenship, you can do so here in our citizenship tab. The same thing with alliances. One of the big things to talk about both for citizenship and alliances is that the biggest, most valuable thing for us right now is the donation of content for our YouTube channel, because we are trying our hardest to get monetization and to get those watch time hours. We want people to donate content that'll help us to grow, that'll help people to get interested in what micronationalism is, and specifically our brand of it. So if you feel like you could create content that you could create solely for the Empire and help us to develop our brand, help people to discover us, and help us to reach monetization, please do so. Please apply for citizenship and become a part of the Empire, help forge our history, or use that as leverage for an alliance and help us to develop a wonderful relationship between our two nations. As well, alliances for the Empire are rare, so it would be a big, boost to a nation if they were to become allied with the Empire of Aeternia. They would be in a select few. Who we are as well. This is a description of Aeternia in general, kind of what we represent. That's been talked about on our site. And then as well, we have a fairly detailed history up to March 29th of last year. I'm actually wanting to update that pretty soon to get up to this year. And move forward closer to our, as we get closer and closer to our 5th anniversary. Aeternia's 5th year old, half a decade. And we'll probably be doing something big for that as well. And then if you want to know anything else about us, if you want to know a little bit about our government structure, you can go to our government here. You can hit everything else up in the More tab. That includes the Emperorship, the House of Treasure, House of Others, citizens in the government. For the Imperial Market, it shows off all our products. Like the Imperial Notes, Unity Medal, and Owl's Marks that were bought tonight, all by Master Deontay. And of course, we have the Prestige system down here, in which you can apply for a sovereignty license if you would like, and also learn more about the Prestige system, which a sovereignty license can allow you to apply for quests on the Quest Forum, which is right here, where we will be starting to post active quests for members of our community to do in exchange for rewards at the end of the quest. So those will be things that we can send out via our P.O. box, and we can always receive items via our P.O. box. So we'll be excited to develop that as it comes. But if you're interested in doing those quests and getting involved in that, definitely hit up our sovereignty license application. And then, of course, we will get back to the homepage. Once again, I want to thank everybody for hanging out on the stream tonight. Multiple things. Edwin says, we have also been looking into investment in other micronations economy, but it's risky if you have no credit. Agreed. Darren says, and even to contract to mint coins and notes for other micronations like Aeternia. Leanna said, I'm still working on my legal action. It's getting redundant. I wish you luck, Leanna. I believe in you. Joking Gamers said, Emperor AP, may I ask, how did you set up the Imperial Market and whether other micronations can sell in it too? Yes, other micronations can absolutely sell in the Imperial Market. We developed it and cultivated it over a long time with our community. But if you want to participate in the Imperial Market, apply for a sovereignty license. If you go down to our Imperial Market webpage on our website, eternianempire.com/Imperial Market /shop, you can actually look up a little bit of information about the Imperial Market and the Prestige system. The Prestige system is the way that we try to get people financially active in our micronational economy, and ways that we are trying to get people on board for selling in our micronations. So citizens would apply for a business license, but everyone else would start out with a sovereignty license. And so that is a way that you could support your nation, and as well start investing in the Eternian economy, start selling products in the Eternian economy as another nation, would be through this sovereignty license. So if you're interested in getting a sovereignty license, please apply for it here. It's this link. I'll go ahead and drop it in the chat real quick, and then we will be more than likely dipping out. But I recommend you all read up on it, and support us if that's what you're interested in doing. These people who have talked earlier in the stream about trying to develop their own benefits for what their markets are, what their potential sales can be for other nations, what the things they can trade and barter are. Getting a part of the prestige system and becoming specifically a sovereign in the Empire of Aeternia is the way to do that through us. So if you want to, check out that link I just dropped, and that will help navigate you to the sovereignty license application, the last application on our website, bottom of the page on our shop page. Oh, goodness. Okay, and it is about that time, everybody. I'm going to read the last couple comments, and then I'm going to put the stream just onto the starting soon screen, so you guys can hang out if you want to, listen to music, jam out, and help get us some watch time. Menu said, I finished my game where you fight Among Us some time ago. Hey, congratulations. We would love to hit it up. Send us the link. Robert says, what if you annexed your neighbor's house? Shouldn't do that. Be bad. Edwin says, I will. Menu says, my game is pretty bad quality, so I don't recommend playing it. I want to play it, Menu. I want to. If you value your health, I believe in you. Darren says, I'm sure AP plans to develop the Eternian economy to the point where he'll need hard coinage and notes with serious anti-counterfeiting features on a large scale. We have workarounds. I don't think that'll be necessary, but to each his own. Leanna says, Eternia forever? Eternia forever, Leanna. Darren says, that's where Highguard, come into the picture. Again, I don't think it'll be necessary, but again, everybody has their own path.
Good night, Liana.
Good night, Leanna. Leanna said, good night, AP and Tiffany. Good night, Leanna. We appreciate you. Thank you. And Eternia forever. Chucho says, Eternia forever. Eternia forever. Chucho says, those quests sound fun. Yes, absolutely. So Chucho, if you would like, please apply for a sovereignty license. We would love to talk to you about it and would love to see your input. Zarya says, hi. Hello, Zarya. Darren says, Purcell, there's a guy in Europe that makes excellent micronation flags, depending on the size complexity. Joking says, thank you, Emperor AP. Prakal says, back. Hey. Darren says, welcome, Zarya. And Prakal says, I'm back. Hey, welcome, Prakal, and welcome, Zarya. Like I said, I'm about to be winding down this stream, but I'm going to go ahead and just set it up on starting soon so that you guys can give us as much watch time as you can. If you just want to leave the stream, like, hanging out, you just certainly could, and it would help us a lot. Just leave it on the background, hang out, listen to some music, and it gets us that watch time we need. So I will see you guys soon. Edwin says, we would gladly accept the Eternian note to buy our products. Hey, fantastic. Thank you so much, Edwin. We will see you soon. Roland says, good night, AP and Tiffany and everyone. Kingdom of Prakal says, okay. Darren says, my Prime Minister, Chief of Staff is a very confident woman and good friend. Absolutely. Prakal says $30. Jaya says, there's a site that claims to make cheap custom flags. Have a good night, everybody. Eternia forever. Hey. Okay, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I wanted to tell you all that I have not forgot about you. I have been reading the comments. I thank you all so much for hanging out for this extra time during the stream. Tiffany and I have been doing stuff to sort of wind down our day. We got dinner ready. We actually made some pork chops. So that is some exciting stuff. I actually want to grab some to show y'all. We just made pork chops. Let me see if I can get them in the shot. Yeah, oh gosh, pork chop. I literally dropped a pork chop. How dare I? But yes, we have made pork chops. They're delicious. I'm excited about it. And I appreciate you all for hanging out. It does mean a lot. Connor said, sweet, another stream. Nexus in the house. Good to see you, Nexus, as always. Prakal says hi. Thank you so much, Prakal, for hanging out with us and supporting us at the end of this stream. It means a lot, and it's something that we definitely pay attention to. You know, we're trying to grow this community, and it means a lot. Prakal says, check Discord. I will, and I will. Oh, after dinner. Thank you, I appreciate it. And yeah. We are hanging out. We're trying to get there. Prakal says yum. Yeah. So we are going to be slowly winding things down here. And Prakal says yum pork. Yeah, absolutely. We're excited about it. But we are heading out for the night. I just wanted to tell everybody thank you so much for helping us, getting us to this point. We're growing. We're getting there. All of these watch time hours help us every minute of every day. So I will see you all soon. And until next time, Aeternia forever. Oh, Prickle said I'm having pork too. Hey, very nice.